time and don't go to strangers. The path they lay may lead to danger. There's an old friend just standing around. When you need him, he won't let you down. No, I won't. I'm here for you. Let you down. Whatever you do, when you're going through, let you down. No, I'm here for you. Yeah, yeah. I'm here for you. Let you down. Whatever you do, when you're going through, let you down. No, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Let you down. Whatever you do, when you're going through, let you down. No, I'm here for you. Yeah, I'm here for you. Let you down. Whatever you do, when you're going through, let you down. No, I'm here for you.
Mornings turn to night, and then the night becomes the day. I can't keep up with time. I keep losing still, keep hoping for that winner you can change my mind. Not a slave if I'm already free. Not a captive if it's where I wanna be. Then the crowd call. Who's gonna catch me when I fall down? Strolling down these halls of rolling dice and waterfalls, I can't help but smile. Troubled fortunes, lives in shambles underneath the flashing lights. Gonna stay a while. Said what I said, it don't matter to me. Can't be a slave if I'm already free. Can't be a captive if it's where I wanna be. Then the crowd call. Who's gonna catch me when I fall down? Battles won and battles lost. I can't numerate the cost. I've lost, I've lost, I've lost, I've slave if I'm already free. Not a captive if it's where I wanna be. Then the crowd calls. Who's gonna catch me when I fall down?
If the sky were to fall, I'd be the first to call. Some of us are brave. Who's gonna feel my pain? Who's gonna say my name? Ain't no joy but to be brave. Peace and love to the ones who give praise. Take a bow as the sun hits the face. See me now, golden hour. And to those who fear leads them to hate, what a pity to be locked in a place. You see me now, I show you how. 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 Peace and love to the ones who give praise. Take a bow as the light is the face. See me now, I'm loud and proud. And to those who fear leads them to hate. Oh, what a pity to be locked in that place. I know you see me though, 'cause the breeze don't blow 'cause you want it, and the sun gon' shine regardless. I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. All we want is to be ourselves, shine our light with no problems. We don't want problems. I do believe I'm the power in me, fighting to show problem. I said the darker the berry, the sweeter the fruit, the kinkier the hair, the deeper the roots. Bow down when the queendom comes, take note when we speak our tongues. Darker the berry, the sweeter the fruit, give her a crown when she walk in the room. We are the first ones, we are light of the sun. All we want is to be ourselves, shine our light with no problems. We don't want problems. I do believe I'm the power in me, fighting to show problem.
Good evening, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Partying Panda, thank you for the 8 months. Hi, everybody. All right.
Head to the sky, so much cooler, that's right. I sure you have.
Greetings. Greetings, everybody. How's the back? It's a lot better. I'm so embarrassed because what I did was very embarrassing. Will's dad had sent us a box of wine for Christmas, and I didn't realize how heavy it was, and I went to pick it up and I twisted weirdly, and that was it. Something about being in your 30s is you notice more and more that if you pick something up wrong, if you sleep wrong, you're just out. That's it. It's over. You're done. The streets are saying you need a standing desk. I mean, it just sucks because I love my desk. I love my desk. I bought it when I started streaming. So I don't want to replace it, but I am getting a new chair. It's being delivered Friday. So I think that will help for sure. But hope your back is feeling better, Queen. Oh, thank you, darling. I am much better, but it's not even, I don't even have a good excuse. No reason that is no reason that is like justifiable. Herman Miller, it's the same chair that no, it's not Herman Miller. It's the chair that Will has. It's like very bendy, good for your spine. Used to toss and turn at night until I gave myself a pinched nerve in my neck. 3 years of agony in my neck and left arm. Now I didn't toss and turn. Yeah, I try to sleep pretty straight, like very, very vampire-like, you know? So I don't fall asleep. The problem is our couch is very comfortable, but sometimes I'll be reading on the couch and then I'll fall asleep and my limbs will be like this and I'll wake up 3 hours later and I'm like, shit. Oh no. The queen never has to make excuses for it. She's the queen. Oh, darling. Thank you. Yes, I unfortunately could not fit in my throne. I could not sit in my throne, this being my throne, because I was down for the count. I was down. But anyway, anywho, if you're in your 20s, if you're in here and you're in your 20s, stretch now. Take care of your bodies. Things will still happen, but don't wait, okay? Don't wait. And the other thing, too, is injuries that you get when you're in your teens, when you're in high school, maybe play sports. You just dropped into a split. See? Never stop. But yes, the earlier you start, way ahead of you, my body's already broken. Yeah, some of y'all are in your 20s and your bodies are already hurting. But if you are able-bodied and if you are already not suffering from serious injury, the earlier you start in taking care of yourself, hopefully you're not gonna, pick up a box and then throw your back out at 33. And then if you're in your 30s or above, I mean, seriously, it's all about stretching. It's all about stretching. You gotta stretch. Did you see that Iceland has joined the other 4 countries and is boycotting Eurovision? Yes, I was planning to touch on that. So yesterday, kind of what I was going to cover yesterday is mostly what I'll be covering today too. We have a continuation of looking at what is happening in Hollywood. I want to dive even deeper and kind of just go through the history of the biz so y'all know how we have gotten to where we are now. And anyway, I also saw something about how Trump is saying that it's imperative that CNN gets sold. And my prediction was if Netflix's deal with Warner Brothers goes through, I can still see a world in which the Ellisons get their hands on CNN. I can see some type of deal being worked out where Trump, this is when he was saying, oh, well, we got to check the markets, make sure that no one's getting more than their fair share of the market. It's like, we're already past that. Okay. I know exactly what you're doing here, which is you're sitting there on your throne being like, okay, what do you have to offer me? And he is interested in making sure that CNN, which has long been one of his enemies, fake news, he is for the past 8 years spent a lot of time going after CNN. And this is CNN falling into the hands of people like the Ellisons just continues the right-wing MAGA takeover of media. CNN's honestly right. Yes, that's true, but it can get worse. It absolutely can get worse. They just want to turn CBS, CNN, these major news networks into Fox News 2.0. That's what they're doing. So we'll look at that stuff. I think we're going to watch the Jacob Elordi Actors on Actors. Did I see that Jeff Garcia died? I did. Yeah, Jimmy Neutron enjoyers. This is about to be a sad blast of nostalgia, but Jimmy Garcia, who is he was a legendary voice actor. He played Sheen in the Jimmy Neutron show. Let me see if I can find Jimmy Neutron Sheen.
Sometimes it's a heavy burden being a man of science.
I know what you mean, Jimmy. That's why I decided early on to sabotage my highly scientific mind with cartoons and sugar.
No problem. Then I just reverse the polarity of the electron countervalences in the helmet and get smart all over again.
Yeah, Carl. All you gotta do is revert the polar berries to the cranberry electronic coward persons. Shh, turn it on! Turn it on!
All right, boys. Now on to the Super Safe Underground Bombshell.
He was so goofy.
Okay, he just lost my vote. Taste.
God, I love this
fishy.
show.
Call me Ishmael. Starbuck, it's the great white whale. I'll get you, mother dick.
Much of today's modern-day communication is thanks to Marconi.
Marconi? Didn't he invent those little cherries at the top of ice cream sundaes, too?
Oh, baby, I love those.
Those are maraschino cherries, Sheen.
Gotcha. You're pronouncing his name wrong, Cindy. It's Macarachino.
You just did it.
How could Marconi have invented the radio in 1870?
It's Maracachino, Jimmy.
Well, what? How should I know? Maybe Marconi's radio didn't run on electricity.
Macarachingos. Well, listen.
Oh, Sheen. So that is Jeff Garcia. It's very sad. He was only 50 and he was taken off life support on Tuesday at a hospital in Southern Cal. He was surrounded by family and friends. According to TMZ, he suffered from a brain aneurysm earlier this year and had a stroke several weeks ago. I feel like we've been getting a lot of sad news in the voice acting world. I feel in the last year we've either lost some icons or people who maybe are physically still alive, but who are mentally lost, let's just say. But it seems like there's been a lot of news in the world of in the world of voice acting. He was hospitalized in late November with pneumonia, but after he was discharged, continued to have health problems. Per the publication, his lung collapsed on Tuesday. His career took off with the 2001 film and accompanying video game Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, in which he voiced the obsessive and hyperactive sidekick Sheen Estevez. He went on to voice the role in 59 episodes of Nickelodeon's The Adventure of Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius and a handful of TV movie spinoffs. Then he led a Sheen-centered spinoff, Planet Sheen. I don't think I actually watched that one. An animated sci-fi comedy that ran for 26 episodes, spanning 2010 to 2013. I think it's probably because I was in college at that point. I'm like, well, I didn't watch that spinoff. And then I checked the dates. I'm like, yeah, it's because I was like drinking at the bars. Garcia's recognizable voice can also be heard out of the mouth of course, I never drank underage, though. Of course, never. He's also Pip the Mouse in the Barnyard series, and he was Ronaldo, the penguin Ronaldo, in the Happy Feet movies, and had voice roles in 2010's Marmaduke and Rio and its sequel. He was also a stand-up comedian who regularly performed at the Laugh Factory, and he acted in live-action projects such as the TV series Mr. Box Office and the film Holy Cash. He appeared at animated conventions where he interacted with the fans who grew up on Jimmy Neutron and his other works. So it's very, very sad. Rest in peace to Jeff Garcia. Forever and ever will be Sheen from Jimmy Neutron. Yeah, I saw that Sophie Kinsella also died. She was an author most famous for Confessions of a Shopaholic. And she was only, she was young too. She was 55. I feel like when I checked my entertainment news tab in Google News, I swear it was like 70% of the news stories were just people who were dead. And I went, I thought that was Book Talk was about not those porno books. Wait, what? What about Book Talk? 50 is way too young. Yeah, I'm going to keep it a buck. Being in my 30s, hearing that someone dies at 50, I'm like, they were a child. They were a child. I don't like it. You know? When you're younger, 50, honestly, anything older than your age, it's like, oh, so old. So old. And then you get older and you go, actually, not that old. Jeff Garcia was 50 years old. Sophie Kinsella was 55 years old. I'm like, I feel as if I'm going to be there at a blink of an eye. Her type of books are what I thought Book Talk was about, not the spicy sex books. Oh yeah, no. No, she was not like a Book Talk kind of author. Not that there's probably not people who are fans of her books on Book Talk, but there's a very specific genre of book that dominates in Book Talk. But yeah, here, I'll show you the cover of her books. You might recognize them. Just this style here. Her effervescent rom-com Confessions of a Shopaholic sparked a millions-selling series. So she was incredibly successful. She was 55 and had been diagnosed with brain cancer. Her family shared a statement that said she died peacefully with her final days filled with her true loves, family and music and warmth and Christmas and joy. I mean, man, if you're going to go out, it seems like the best way to be going out, surrounded by just warmth and love. My husband just died this year. He was 34. I am so sorry for your loss. That is way too young. Kinsella published 10 Shopaholic novels starting in 2000 with the secret dream world of a Shopaholic titled Confessions of a Shopaholic, and it was a film starring Isla Fisher. Her books have sold more than 45 million copies worldwide and have been translated into dozens of languages. These were the types of books that I loved to read when I was a teenager. Yeah, I could read one in like a night. Just super quick. Yeah, so anyway, just kind of depressing looking at the entertainment news tab, and it was just like, so-and-so died, so-and-so dead, so-and-so died. Netflix Paramount bidding wars pushing Warner Brothers CEO David Zaslav toward billionaire status. So-and-so died. Johnny Depp producing a film. James Lee, thank you for the 16 months. Anonymous Gifter, thank you. Fire Samurai, thank you for the prime. What else did I put? Yeah, the industry, dead. Also dying. You know what was... Well, speaking of people who are dead, Amanda Seyfried says, I'm not fucking apologizing for calling Charlie Kirk hateful. What I said was pretty damn factual. I am free to have an opinion. I love her. I freaking love Amanda Seyfried for being like, why would I apologize for saying something that's true? Is Amanda Seyfried our dark woke queen? So on her press tour for the Testament of Ann Lee, she told also the fact, I'm sorry, I'm dying. The fact that she told who, what, where is killing me. Who, what, where is a fashion and lifestyle company. Like, I mean, I know they have journalists who write for the publication and whatnot. They started off as kind of a blog, I remember, and then have expanded past then. I think the owner of Who What Where, wasn't she in the early days of October 7th, wasn't she posting such dramatic shit? Being like, as a Jewish person, I'm scared for my life. And it was her head to toe designer in her uber black Escalade talking about how scared she was. And I was like, girl, you don't really look that scared. As she was going from her one fashion event to the next fashion event in New York City. Yeah. So I think that was the Who What Where girly. And she was campaigning for Andrew Cuomo. Sick. Anyway, just the concept of Amanda Seyfried telling Who What Where when she's on her press tour that she refuses to apologize for calling Charlie Kirk hateful after he was shot and killed earlier this year. It's very funny. I mean, I'm not apologizing. I'm not fucking apologizing for that, Seyfried said. I mean, for fuck's sake, I commented on one thing. I said something that was based on actual reality and actual footage and actual quotes. What I said was pretty damn factual, and I'm free to have an opinion, of course. Thank God for Instagram. I was able to give some clarity, and it was about getting my voice back because I felt like it had been stolen and recontextualized, which is what people do, of course. I can absolutely hear this in her voice, too. I'm not fucking apologizing for that. You know what I appreciate about this? I feel like a lot of celebrities have been so scared to just say it like it is, to just be so for real. And Amanda, when Charlie Kirk was killed, she commented on his death initially and was like, he was hateful. It's just also those three words, just the Amanda Seyfried Instagram comment, he was hateful. And people got fucking pissed and they were calling on, conservatives were like calling on her to be boycotted. Okay, good luck with that. And I like that not only did she not go, oops, my bad, sorry, we should just be about spreading love now. Later, when she was asked about it, she's like, why the fuck would I apologize? It's true. He was hateful. Am I the crazy person or are you all crazy? Such a succinct comment on his death that really says it all. Yeah. The statement ignited accusations from some conservatives online that Seyfried was implying Kirk's death was justified. Seyfried wrote in the post caption, I don't want to add fuel to a fire. I just want to be able to give clarity to something so irresponsibly but understandably taken out of context. We're forgetting the nuance of humanity. I can get angry about misogyny and racist rhetoric and also agree that Charlie Kirk's murder was disturbing and deplorable. No one should have to experience this level of violence. This country's grieving too many senseless and violent deaths and shootings. Can we agree on that at least? Seyfried was one of many Hollywood figures in September who both condemned Kirk's shooting death while also... Remember that period of time? Can we for a second remember that period of time, which feels like it was 10 years ago, but it was a few months ago, how absolutely crazy everything and everyone was, how you couldn't be like, I think violence in this regard is horrible. We live in an incredibly violent country, and I condemn violence, and yet I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Charlie Kirk was some loving, moral person. And he was a person who himself said that in order to protect the Second Amendment, well, we're just going to have to be okay with gun deaths. And pointing out the irony in that as he himself is gunned down at at an event on campus. And it was like, oh my God, unless we were falling to our knees, crying, playing AI versions of Charlie Kirk being like, I'm okay, actually not physically because I'm dead, but spiritually I'm good. It's like people were losing their jobs. You know, they're still in lawsuits. People who've still not gotten justice for being fired. All the fucking lists that went around. All the lists that went around of every person who, God forbid, was talking about how Charlie Kirk was in his life. And being truthful about it and being like, why am I going to weep and pretend that a white supremacist was not a white supremacist, where you can condemn someone being violently gunned down in a country where shootings happen constantly and all we seem to know is violence, while also being like, yeah, Charlie Kirk was a bad guy. He had so much hate in his heart for all marginalized people. You want me to pretend like that's not true? Anyway, that was wild. Candace is blowing up. I know Candace is like going after Erica and she's fighting with Tucker Carlson. Candace is waging war on multiple battlefields right now. Remember when you just created millions more Charlie Kirks and that lasted for 3 weeks before everyone but the most hardcore MAGA moved on? Yes, and the thing is that we knew that opportunists would use his death to further their own goals, and nobody actually really gave a shit about Charlie Kirk's death. Just how they could use it to advance their own, their own political power, and how even with the psychosis that appeared to be occurring in the wake of his death, but people were going to move on. His wife certainly seems to have. I mean, his wife, from the get-go, was clearly using his death to position herself in a in a seat of power with Turning Point USA. She's doing a press tour right now, immediately fundraising off of him. Anyway, you know what? Thank God for people like Amanda Seyfried who went, why the fuck am I going to apologize for saying what I said? Why? Amanda Seyfried refuses to apologize for calling Charlie Kirk hateful. Pretty damn factual. And before you drag Sydney Sweeney into your political agendas, Amanda loves Sydney and she knows exactly what side Sid is on. This is from Sydney Sweeney Daily account. Okay. What does Sydney Sweeney have to do with Amanda Seyfried talking about Charlie Kirk? Here's what she said. She's got a spotlight on her that I never had, never wanted. I can't help but feel somewhat protective of her, even though she doesn't need my protection. She's going to continue to make choices in her career that I think will define or at least solidify her as an actual actress, because people are too distracted by all the other shit that's created around her. I mean, all right, Sydney Sweeney daily account. You tell yourself what you need to. These two women have a movie coming out. They're literally doing press for a film. You think let me explain something. When actors have a film coming out, they're usually going to be each other's best friend. Okay. They're going to be doing a lot of interviews together. They're going to be playing with puppies for YouTube. They're going to be, generating news stories, press coverage, because they're promoting their film. So, Stan accounts on Twitter. I guess whatever makes you feel better. Yeah, the Snow White press tour. The Snow White press tour, where even Rachel Zegler, who very clearly despises Gal Gadot, and I'm sure vice versa because of Israel and Palestine. And on that carpet, you still got to take pics. You still got to smile and be like, everything's great. We really fell in love as friends on this set. I will unfollow them on Instagram in 3 months. Yeah. Wait, did I make this up, or I thought Rachel Zegler unfollowed Gal Gadot? Yeah. Rachel Zegler unfollowed Gal Gadot on Instagram. Case in point, okay? God. Thomas, thank you for the 5 months. At History Grad, thank you for the gifted. Gingerbread, thank you for the 39 months. Dick Cheney's Oil Money, thank you for 29 months. Okay, so continuing on, she said, oh wait, was that it? What was this? Jamie Lee Curtis. Oh, Seyfried was one of many Hollywood figures in September who both condemned Kirk's shooting death while publicly disagreeing with his politics. Jamie Lee Curtis fought back tears on Mark Maron's WTF podcast when discussing Kirk. Are we really going to put JLC on the same page as Amanda Seyfried when it comes to Charlie Kirk? We really using them as two similar examples? I don't know about that. Have we talked yet, speaking of Sydney Sweeney, have we talked about her a little too late? A little too late. Sydney Sweeney shares emotional response to controversial American Eagle jeans ad. I'm against hate. Okay, girl. Here's the thing. It's a little too late, and you literally had an opportunity when you were interviewed, and I posted this to be like, hey, remember this? When you were interviewed by this journalist who was giving you the most softball questions, and you chose not to say anything, but also at this point, a general ass statement like, I'm against hate, it's not work. It doesn't work. I'm against hate, ... towards me. I'm against hate when the person who's getting hate is me. Sydney Sweeney is addressing her highly publicized American Eagle denim ad in an emotional interview with People. And you know what happened too? I'm sorry, but it's that her Oscar vehicle flopped. In addition to a couple other films she did, this year that just opened to absolutely no noise whatsoever. The vehicle that I believe she thought was her Oscar vehicle, which was the film Christie, which also, I feel bad for Christy Martin. Christy Martin, who was the real life figure that the film Christie is a biopic on. Christy Martin, who was a professional boxer. She rose to become America's most famous, most successful female boxer in the 90s. She was gay, is gay, but was married to an abusive man, and he tried to kill her. Like, truly tried to kill her. And, he found out about her sexuality, and he ended up being sentenced to 25 years in prison for attempted second-degree murder. And so then she married a woman named Lisa, and has been an advocate for victims of domestic violence. So anyway, Christy Martin is really an amazing figure, and it just feels shitty that her story and this film was overshadowed because of Sydney Sweeney's really kind of legendarily bad PR year. What do you mean? Christy Martin's never had a movie made about her. Hope they find the right actress playing her a couple years. Yeah, maybe we just pretend this didn't happen. But anyway, back to Sydney Sweeney, finally talking about the Sydney Sweeney is great jeans. I was honestly surprised by the reaction Sweeney tells people. I did it because I love the jeans and I love the brand. I don't support the views some people chose to connect to the campaign. Many have assigned motives and labels to me that just aren't true. But here's my whole thing. Do I think that 100% American Eagle was trying to do some like Nazi campaign by going, Sydney Sweeney is great jeans? No, but do I think that they wanted there to be this kind of controversial undercurrent, and Sydney didn't say anything because she doesn't want to rock the boat with conservative fans and conservatives in this country, and maybe because she herself is conservative, whatever, her family is. And that whole thing with like her voting Republican came out, but at the very least, it felt like she was trying to ride that wave, take advantage of it by not saying anything, by not being like, hey, because it became national news, because Trump was using it in the culture war. It was like, it was like Sydney Sweeney was at the center of American politics, and she chose not to say anything because I think she thought that she could profit from it. She was being sly and smiley about the allegations all year. Yes. And then over the course of really multiple interviews, she clearly was aware of it and was kind of doing a like, when I have something to say, I'll say something. I think that when I have an issue I want to speak about, people will hear. And everyone, okay, girl. Should there's a really bad PR team or she's dumb. Anyway, so now she's deciding to say something. And she said, anybody who knows me knows that I'm always trying to bring people together. I'm against hate and divisiveness. This is such a fucking wet blanket statement. In the past, my stance has been to never respond to negative or positive press, but recently I've come to realize my silence regarding this issue has only widened the divide, not closed it. Oh, recently? Really? Recently, after you flip-flopped with the last 3 of your films, including what you thought was going to be your award season vehicle this year. So I hope this new year brings more focus on what connects us instead of what divides us. The actress first broke her silence on the campaign in an interview with GQ for its Men of the Year cover story published on November 4th. Yeah, anyway, so it's still an absolute nothing statement. It's still very much so not wanting to take any type of stand. Nothing. And then she decided to date the most universally hated man in the industry. Yeah. So, man, what I would say is if you want to look at what not to do as an up and coming major star, not even up and coming, but like as as an emerging major star in the industry, what not to do as far as how you navigate these controversies that Sydney Sweeney found herself in, the type of PR that she was doing. PR students will be studying this straight up. Oh, for sure. They will be teaching this as an example, using this as an example in college courses. Unrelated, but I saw this tweet earlier that reminded me of you. Got so excited my company sent me a Christmas e-card, so I clicked it and it just said I failed a company-wide phishing test. This is my alt. Oh, fuck, that's funny. I think I feel at 2025, I know Christy Martin, but no clue who Sydney Sweeney is. I'm going to be so for real, J-Dub. I don't know how, but I'm impressed. I'm so impressed. You know who Christy Martin is, but you don't know who Sydney Sweeney is. That is really impressive. I think you're in a unique category of person. I don't think there's many of you who'd be in a category like that. Have I watched Vince Staples? I have not watched the Z-Way and Vince Staples interview yet. I heard it's worth watching though. We may watch that. We may watch that this week if it's worth. Have you heard about the story of the Michigan football coach who was fired and then arrested? No, this was not in my daily football segment with Will. Yikes, Sharon Moore's situation's got exponentially wilder. Breaking, ex-Michigan coach Sharon Moore was detained by police in Saline, Michigan this evening, turned over to police in Pittsfield Township for investigation into potential charges. Okay, so what is this screenshot of? Friends whose dad is a donor said Sharon is currently going crazy. Apparently, he's in protective custody, threatened to kill himself to his wife, left his house, went to Stafford and held knife to his own throat, said, I'm going to kill myself, but you first. No, how about you first? Then intercepted at church by police because his wife has his location. Jesus. Okay, I need some more background on this. Let's see. Michigan fired football coach Sharon Moore for cause on Wednesday. Okay, so this is a big deal, not just because of this crime, but because Michigan is a major football school. This is like a big fucking deal. He was later detained by police in nearby Saline, a few miles outside of Ann Arbor. Moore had been involved in an incident that required police attention. The university cited an inappropriate relationship with a staff member as the reason for Moore's firing. Following a university investigation, credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Oh, and when I say crime, I'm basing it off of what this tweet was, where he's gone postal, like he's just threatening to kill people. Easy summary. Okay, let's see.
A sports drama story for the hot girls tonight. When I say the Michigan head football coach was fired today for having an inappropriate relationship with a staff member, he was sleeping with his coworker. Men are so like, I mean, I guess there was a woman involved. I mean, are we sure it was a woman? Not too much. Not that there'd be anything wrong with, we're gonna move on. Okay, here's my thing, y'all. Immediate reaction, is he married? Yep. He's married with 3 children.
Was that just like out of pocket? Or was there something, is that relevant?
And I'm not going to put his wife on blast because I read up on them a little bit and they maintain a very private life. But to cheat on your wife 3 weeks before Christmas, this publicly, and get fired from your job for cause, which means they don't have to pay him. So I know y'all probably heard some of the drama this year of coaches getting fired and then getting paid millions and millions of dollars not to work. Because his ass was sleeping with a staffer, they don't have to pay him. Now, I always remember Sharon Moore for this moment when he first coached the Michigan team and he was in tears.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Okay, yes, I understand that this is big drama, big T, that he was having an affair, the coach of Michigan. I'm kind of more interested in whatever the fuck this text message is, where he's like threatening to kill himself, that he's like holding a staffer by the throat with a knife. He's like, I'm going to kill myself, but I'm going to kill you first. That he was intercepted at church. You know what I'm saying? Because there's somebody's having an affair. Yes, that person is the Michigan State or Michigan football coach. Big school, big football school. But this takes it to whole new level. My God.
And I was like, wow, like to see a coach have heart for his team and for the game like that. All I'm going to say is this. If it's one thing I know about football, from going to an SEC school and working in sports for the last 5 years, yeah, they would have covered this shit up if they really wanted him to coach the team. They would have covered this shit up if they really wanted him to be the coach. They wanted to fire him and they wanted to get out of paying him, and that's what they got because they couldn't keep it in his pants. I wish the best for his family because that...
Okay, here's the ESPN update. Yeah, gonna guess he had a breakdown after getting caught and fired and decided to burn it all down. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that as well. B3 them, thank you for the tier 1. Monty Moon, thank you for the tier 1. Ex-Michigan coach Moore detained by police after firing. Oh my God. Okay, so he was terminated with cause because he engaged in this relationship. This constitutes a clear violation of university policy. They have zero tolerance for such behavior. Where is that? Okay. See, the thing is, I mean, I don't know if this is being verified anywhere. This is just friend whose dad is a donor said Sharon is currently going crazy. Apparently he's in protective custody, threatened to kill himself to his wife, left his house, went to staffer, held knife to his own throat, said, I'm going to kill myself, but you first, then intercepted at church by police because his wife has his location. The affair rumors had been going on for a few weeks, and he gave the woman he allegedly had the affair with a 55% raise last year. Yeah, you can't do that. I think, did he want to get caught? Was he a 55% raise? They had a quote from the cops in the article.
Oh my God.
Wait, where was the link? Here it is. Yeah. No, I read that. I saw that. I think they're probably not given deets. Like, this is inside knowledge because friend's dad is a donor. This person said this for the Detainment News, even broke, so I'm inclined to think they may be telling the truth. Sources in Ann Arbor tell me that Sharon Moore has been arrested for breaking and entering into his assistant's house. Authorities were called after claims were made that Moore was showing suicidal behaviors. Holy shit. Yeah, I think it's because his life was... His life is in the shitter. He got caught. He got fired for cause, which means no payout. Wife leaving him, broke up his family. Just really his life taking a 180 that fast. He just destroyed it. He got caught because a DoorDash driver leaked to the administration that he delivered Plan B to his office. No way. He ordered Plan B on DoorDash? And the DoorDash driver was like, I know who this is, and I know he's married. And I'm telling... Yo! First of all, what the fuck are you doing ordering Plan B on DoorDash to your office? No, that can't be. Wait, hold on a second. This has got to be fake news. I need confirmation on that because that is the craziest thing. Did somebody get fake news and you're fake newsing me? Is this the fake news domino effect? Is this misinfo? Is this misinformation station? Because that is, I mean, I haven't seen that in anything I've been sent so far, and that's crazy town. This was a week ago. Sharon Cheater Moore got a staffer pregnant and is soon to be fired. This is what someone posted a week ago. Who knows if that's true, but the news today coming out, big news today, that he's been fired, that he's been detained by police. Anyway, okay, the Plan B thing I'm saying is unverified. We don't know for sure about the pregnancy, but we do know that he's in a big old pile of shit. I've been following this for a week. The accounts who ended up being right had leaks a week ago that he got a staffer pregnant, then he was fired today. Those same accounts posted that the arrest was for breaking and entering assistant coach's house and threatening suicide. Okay, so they seem to have the skinny. They seem to have the T on it. Yeah, I'm glad the woman didn't get more. You know what? Me too. Me too. I'm glad this is not one story that ends in rich, famous football coach gets a woman who he's having an affair with pregnant and then kills her. The University of Michigan's investigation into Sharon Moore's inappropriate relationship with a staff member began shortly after the UM athletic department received an anonymous tip from a DoorDash driver, which stated that he'd personally delivered Plan B to Moore's office. This is Scott Hughes. He's an independent journalist. What? I don't know. I mean, I need verification on that, because that is one of the wildest things I've heard. Wait, bet there are some sore ladies out there right now? Bitch! What do you mean by that? Why are you tweeting this? Hello? That is a weird thing to tweet in 2012. There's a fake account. This account? Everything's fake, honestly. All right. Okay. Anyway. Anywho. Everything's fake. Community notes say so. That's a big story in the sports world. I wonder if Will knows that. I'm gonna text him. Do you know about do you know the Muffin Man? No, you can get Plan B through DoorDash for sure. I don't think that's not the questionable part here. The questionable part is if Sharon Moore, if this investigation actually began because he was a freaking idiot and ordered Plan B to his office through DoorDash, and then the DoorDash driver snitched. That's the verification of that is what's questionable. Maggie Pie, thank you for the 15 months. Anyway, you have to see his IG follows. Oh, God. Bro, follows so many ladies on IG who are not his wife. I really feel as if he is stupid. That these are his Instagram follows. He gave his mistress a 55% raise. Like, at least make a Finsta. That's what I'm saying, you know? Put a little more work into it. Uber Eats is going to come out with an ad saying they won't snitch on your affair. Bingo. Oh, isn't it sad how well we understand corporations trying to get in on just whatever is happening in the culture. We won't snitch on your affair. Uber Eats. Yeah, get Plan B from us, and we promise we don't deliver and tell. You'll never guess the name of their next game? Like a football game? Biff Poggi, that's not a real name, has been named Michigan's interim coach ahead of their game versus Texas in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl on New Year's Eve. Football is so weird. Biff Poggi and the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl? That sounds like... that sounds like it'd be an episode of SpongeBob. Sports are very strange. Okay, anyway, let's move on to the next story. And actually, before we do that, we're going to watch Zach Woods. We're going to watch Zach Woods go after Quentin Tarantino.
Last week, I said some very harsh things.
I'm sorry, the TMZ bum bum bum.
It's about Quentin Tarantino. And after talking to my agent, I realized I owe you an apology, Mr. Tarantino. I'm literally just a nobody, and you're one of the masters of ripping off Asian directors. You rip off everyone, from Hong Kong or tours to Bill Maher's barber, and you look weird as shit. And that's coming from a guy who looks like a bird had sex with another more tired bird. No one wants to see you in your own movies. The only movie I want to see you in is ring camera footage of you having a stroke in your own home. And when I say having a stroke, I don't mean masturbating to one of your own Blu-ray commentaries. You
Holy fuck! I just scrumped a scream that I've never scrumped.
You are so enamored by the sound of your own voice, you probably would one of your own opinions if you could. And by I mean on its feet, obviously. I knew.
And by fucked, I mean come on its feet.
That you were a dingus, but I didn't know that you were a legitimate statutory rape apologist. Listen to this clip.
He didn't rape a 13-year-old. It was statutory rape.
Yeah,
all right. Well, that's not quite the same.
Yeah, as a reminder, Quentin Tarantino is not just a piece of shit because he's the one person in this world who's decided to come after Paul Dano. Notoriously wonderful, kind, talented human Paul Dano. It's because there's too many piss poor shit fuck opinions, takes, comments that are attributed to Quentin Tarantino to even remember all of them. Like, if there is the worst take to have, Quentin Tarantino has had it.
Come on. Enough said.
Quentin, you are the Megyn Kelly of guys who look like a turtle.
You know who he would make a great couple with? Club C. Club C. Two people who just always have the worst fucking thing coming out of their mouth and also are insane. Jarvis, both the Tarantino's so ugly he needs to acknowledge it. Tweet. Yeah, I saw that. Unpause, please. He's so ugly. It was like this tweet that also, it sounded so, it was like so sobering. Here's the other one from Zach.
Quentin Tarantino's been talking shit
Yeah,
about
he's been on a roll.
Paul Dano. And us very weird-looking white boys have to stand up for each other. So shut up, Quentin Tarantino, you little bitch. You suck.
Us weird-looking white boys have to stand up for each other. Lady Tony, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Hogan, thank you for the gifted.
Your movies these days are just taking a historical villain, slave owners, Nazis, the Manson family, and then using them as a thin pretext to enact your same old tired pornographic violence. And then some shot of feet and the N-word. You know, your next movie is going to be probably the Boston pedophile priests, and then someone ends up putting a Tommy gun in their penis and blowing the brains out through their perineum. You know, and then their dying words will be the N-word for some reason. Shut up, bitch!
The specificity. My God. Quentin Tarantino is a good director, but he is very, very weird looking. And the fact that he's never commented on his ugliness, even in a jokey, self-deprecating way, is very strange, almost deceitful. This tweet sent me so hard because it's so, the tone of it is so honest. And it's almost someone who's like, they almost sound sad. To not acknowledge that you're so ugly is almost deceitful. This person, like, it feels so genuine. This guy who's like, he's very, very weird looking, and he's never commented on his ugliness, even in a jokey way, and it's very strange, almost deceitful. Like, maybe this is the thing that's caused this Tarantino fan to stop being as big of a fan, because he's been waiting for years for Quentin Tarantino to talk about how ugly he is. And he's like, I've waited too long. I've waited too long. And he still hasn't done. It's like a massive betrayal. Yes. The vibe of this tweet. What did he say about Matthew Lillard? Oh, he said he was talking shit on him. Like nasty, nasty shit. And it made Matthew Lillard sad. And that's also why a lot of people are like, wait, fuck you, Quentin Tarantino. My God. In the last week, Paul Dano and Matthew Lillard. Enough. Enough, you old weird looking racist. The fact that Tarantino thinks he's attractive enough to be mistaken for George Clooney's brother explains so much about his personality and why he acts the way he does.
I remember we were doing an MTV interview, and they were like, you know, why did you think about George? And Quentin was like, well, you know, man, it was like, I was watching ER, man, and I look over and I'm thinking, you know, fuck, man, like that guy and I could be like brothers, you know? And I'm sitting there like going, what?
George was like on the cover of Us magazine or something. And Robert's like, hey, we should cast this guy. He looks like Quentin. All right, and I just had it in my mind.
I remember we were doing an MTV interview, and they were like, you know, why did you think about George? And Quentin was like, well, you know, man, it was like.
That's crazy. I mean, man, maybe he has the opposite. He has body dysmorphia in the opposite direction, where he's like, I'm dead sexy. I mean, we've been doing a lot of Quentin Tarantino shit talking in the past week and kind of psychoanalyzing, even though it's really not that difficult. And I really do think a big part of why Quentin came after someone like Paul Dano is because Quentin Tarantino hates weak guys and hates guys who look like Paul Dano. And it's this weird like psychological thing with him, because I think he either envisions himself or so badly wants to be in the Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Leo DiCaprio world. And so because maybe he would see himself more, he's trying not to see himself like in a Paul Dano at all. So he completely rejects him and he's like, he's weak. He's weak. He's weak. He is. They're just as gross. Why is Tarantino posing like he's the handsome one? God. But yeah, he likes these macho tough guys. He wants to be one of them. I mean, honestly, knowing he's a Zionist too, knowing what his politics are, it's like, yeah, that shit makes sense. You're telling me that somebody who is a huge fan of the IDF and donates tons of money and just bought a multi-million-dollar property in Israel is a guy who's obsessed with macho-ness, with like trying to not be perceived at all as weak, seeing himself as this tough guy, sex pot. When I don't know, maybe he's got those funhouse mirrors that when he looks in them, he sees George Clooney's reflection back. Funny Tarantino TikTok that almost killed me yesterday.
Like 8 times, and at the end when it like resets back to his actual face, I lose it. I lose my fucking mind. Okay, just wait for it. Just wait for it. Okay. Bam.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are coming out and cooking his ass now. You know, as I said, Tarantino he's been a piece of shit for a long time. And it feels like because he's not putting out work. He's not putting out work. All he's doing is opening his damn mouth and saying the stupidest shit he can say. And so people are looking at him and going, yeah, you know what? I don't fuck with you. Both people in the industry, his peers, and people on the internet. He's the Elon of Hollywood. I mean, he's in that category of just obnoxious, narcissistic asshole who is choosing to go after people who are truly like universally beloved. I wasn't kidding. I was not kidding when I said Quentin Tarantino's downfall could potentially be that he decided to pick on somebody who nobody has a bad word to say about, and that is Paul Dano. The only person in this world who I think has had the vitriol for someone like Paul Dano that Quentin Tarantino did. I wonder if he's jealous. No. What it is that Quentin hates a certain male archetype. And I think he's got these weird, I think it has to do with his projection, with his insecurities, with some psychological weird shit. And somebody like Paul Dano, who typically plays, not only is Paul Dano not traditionally handsome, but he plays he's a character actor who plays a certain type of character, and he's very good at it. But it was as if Quentin Tarantino blurred the lines on Paul Dano, the performer, with Paul Dano, the roles that he plays. And it felt so personal. No, Paul Dano was married to Zoe. Paul Dano is married to Zoe Kazan. They've been married for like 10 years or longer. No, they've been married for 18 years. Jesus. How old are 41? Man, he got married at 23? Wow, they got married young. Child brides, 23 and 24. Yeah, happily married. What a monster. Yeah. Anyway, so he really made a mistake that in coming after beloved actor Paul Dano, there's been a ton of backlash. And I think it's backlash that's been building, you know? And I think he has a real track record of ruffling the feathers of people in his industry. And I think this was finally the bridge too far. I think this was you know what? Now, not only did people feel, I think, full on permission because of the fact that it was Paul Dano, but I think they were like, what is Quentin Tarantino even doing anymore? He just goes on podcasts and talks shit. Okay. Have you seen Z-Way interview Vince Staples? Not yet. I was saying we might watch it this week, though. Okay, let me move on to covering our next story here. We are going to
Knives Out movie, which is out for a very
okay. Harold, thank you for the 39 months. Giancarlo, thank you for the 6 months. Did you see Michael Cera's post? Like, you got Michael Cera. You got Michael Cera posting. You have Daniel Day-Lewis, who posts once every millennium. Daniel Day-Lewis coming out to be like, Paul Dano is one of the finest actors. Yeah. Anyway. Tarantino, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Okay, let's talk about let's talk about what is going on in Hollywood and kind of how we got here. And of course, getting here having to do with overall, unfettered crony capitalism, but specifically in the entertainment industry. And now we are at a point that we have experienced a complete shift in streaming taking over the old studio way of doing things. Netflix being the biggest streaming platform in the world, being a company that is from, Silicon Valley. It's an example of how tech moved into the entertainment industry and shook things up. At first, it was exciting and there were a lot of opportunities. And then people started to get squeezed out. And we went through a couple of strikes. We've gone through mergers. Netflix itself has not had any major mergers yet, but they are on the brink of purchasing Warner Brothers Discovery, which would then only consolidate their power further, give them more market share. We would lose one legacy studio, which would bring us down to 4. But the alternative to that being Paramount, which back in the day was blocked by the Supreme Court when they were trying to push through vertical integration. And that was 80 some years ago. And we are at a place now where the Supreme Court decision, the other legislation that was put into place to stop these companies from amassing this much market power, all of that is gone. It's no longer enforced. And so we are where we were in the 40s when these studios were all trying to vertically integrate so that they would have control of publication, of distribution, of exhibition, but it's even worse now. So it's a scary place that we're at, and not just for people who are in the industry, not just for people who are, trying to find work in an industry that just feels as if it's getting drier and drier every day. But for the sake of media and entertainment being consolidated more and more every day, and families like the Ellisons having so much influence and control, and people like Ted Sarandis, who, yes, he might not be the Ellisons, but he's not gotten to where he is by not being friendly with Donald Trump. He's been wooing Donald Trump. He's been going to the White House, and Donald Trump really has spoken publicly about how much he likes Ted Sarandis, who's the CEO of Netflix. So that's where we're at right now. Have you seen this? It's related. Every company is every company.
They did the acquisition, so it's like Warner Bros. Oh, because they did the acquisition, so it's like Warner Bros. And Netflix. I guess Paramount too.
God.
Oh. Also, Pixar.
God.
Jared Kushner helped out with this one too.
God. Schnechtity.
What's that on that mean, ho?
This might not be the best. I'll turn this off.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. It's funny, but also it's true. I laugh because otherwise I'll cry. All right, let's watch this Captain Midnight video. Netflix's war for Warner Brothers.
So, in the middle of working on a few different videos, this happened. And I knew I wanted to cover it as soon as possible. Netflix has announced they're buying Warner Bros. Discovery for nearly $83 billion. This is easily the biggest deal in Hollywood since Disney bought Fox, and would supercharge the trend of consolidation that the industry has already seen ramp up like crazy in the past decade or two. Movies, TV, comics, gaming, this purchase has major implications everywhere. It's actually kind of overwhelming to think through all the possible ramifications. But I do want to keep saying the word could, not will here, because while Netflix is acting like this has already happened, announcing it everywhere as if it's basically a done deal, I think they have some major obstacles in actually seeing this through. Luckily for them though, that may not even matter, as there is an upside for Netflix even if this deal collapses altogether. There's plenty to unpack, and I'm going to try to cover a lot of it here. Oh, and while this was being edited, the news about Paramount launching a hostile takeover bid dropped. I will address that later, but this video will mostly be about Netflix. If you want to stick around for that, thank you, and if you find yourself watching my videos and haven't subscribed yet, consider hitting that button, clicking the bell, and all that good stuff.
Also, this is going to make not David Ellison, he's already a billionaire. This is going to make David Zaslav one of the few non-founders of a major company. It's going to make him a billionaire. So he wins. He wins no matter what.
2025 has been a weird year for just about every creator on here. And
David Zaslav, who, if you don't know, is the current CEO of Warner Brothers Discovery. And he came from the Discovery side, was brought into when came the CEO and president of Warner Brothers Discovery when those two giants merged, and he's going to walk away from this probably having reached billionaire status.
It would go a long way. All that said, let's get into it. I want to get into the Netflix of it all in a minute, but first, I think it's important to understand how we got here in the first place on the Warner Brothers side. If your reaction to the 2022 takeover of Warner Brothers by Discovery was that it seemed really weird to you, like how could the owners of Ghost Adventures buy the owners of Batman, your skepticism was well founded, because yeah, that didn't make much sense. Discovery was in the dying linear cable industry, and to oversimplify a lot of boring business stuff, they took on billions of dollars of debt that they couldn't really sustain in order to make the deal happen. It's worked out incredibly well for CEO David Zaslav,
who also, this shit reminded me so much of Succession, because in reality, to me, David Ellison is Kendall Roy in this situation. He sent a text to David Zaslav after they made a hostile takeover bid today to buy Warner Brothers. David, I appreciate your underwater today, so I wanted to send you a quick text. No, despite the noise of the last 24 hours, I have nothing but respect and admiration for you and the company. It would be the honor of a lifetime to be your partner and to be the owner of these iconic assets. If we have the privilege to work together, you will see that my father, because of course David Ellison can't do anything without falling back on being like, but my daddy Larry, because Larry's the one who is, he's the head of it all. He's the head of it all. David is just his son that he put into, that was born into enormous power and wealth and has been carrying out his father's business while his father is still, of course, in control. You will see that my father and I are the people you had dinner with. Yeah, he's a Nepo baby who's like, just a reminder, my father, Larry Ellison, just a reminder that we could be very powerful allies. We are the people that you had dinner with if we have the privilege of working together. L to the OG. Did they let David sit at the adults' table at dinner? If he gets this deal done, he gets to sit at the adults' table.
Himself for giant paydays time after time. But it seems like it was a giant mess for Warner Brothers itself, which, to be fair, wasn't doing so hot when AT&T ditched them either. But, they did have a string of theatrical hits in 2025, a year where those were hard to come by. I want to talk about that more in a minute, but first, what is Netflix actually getting here? There's Warner Brothers Film Studio with over a century of history and one of the world's greatest libraries, HBO, which is maybe the most prestigious brand in American TV history, HBO Max and its 128 million subscribers, DC Comics, Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, Friends, The Matrix, Looney Tunes, the list just goes on and on. What they're not getting is a bunch of those still profitable but declining cable channels, which are being saddled with debt and spun off into their own thing. I'm really fascinated to see what happens to all of that stuff, as a cable TV sicko, but basically no one else seems to care, which I guess is fair. What would this deal going through mean for Hollywood? Well, I think it's safe to say that it would put the remaining studios, especially Netflix, in a more powerful position than any have been in our lifetimes. This is really 1940s stuff, before the government ruled that studios couldn't vertically integrate, own the theaters, and keep competitors out. A rule that is gone now, by the way. Overall, it would mean reduced competition and the talent having less leverage than ever. And that leverage matters, especially if you care about movie theaters. This week, I watched the new Knives Out movie, which is out for a very short time before it jumps directly to Netflix. And it wasn't at my usual AMC, because with some exceptions and some special events here and there, AMC will not accept the ultra-short theatrical windows that Netflix wants to maintain. Now, I know some of you out there do not value the theatrical experience as much as I do.
Because
maybe you'd be thrilled if everything went straight to streaming right away.
We come to
I
this
don't
place
agree,
for magic.
but I can understand that perspective. You know who generally doesn't like that approach, though? film directors. And this is a very fine line that Netflix has been trying to walk for years. Especially as movies dropped onto the app have often had a hard time gaining much traction and breaking through in the way that theatrical experiences have had. Just earlier this year, we had Ryan Coogler talk at length about his vision for Sinners, why he shot it in 70mm, and Warner Brothers didn't just support this, they made it an important part of the marketing of the film. That's something that, even if Netflix gets a little more friendly with theaters, I just don't think they'd be enthusiastic about. CEO Ted Sarandos has made his thoughts on theaters clear over and over again through the years. Outdated, outmoded, not a part of their model. Warner Brothers didn't think like that. After some understandable straight-to-streaming experiments with big movies in 2020, like with Wonder Woman 1984, they really re-embraced theaters. And although Netflix will have years worth of pre-existing deals to honor if this all goes through, make no mistake, that's not something they're gonna want in the long term. And even if you love...
Right, because you have to understand that goes against the Netflix business model. Netflix is all about streaming. They are the largest streaming platform in the world. And that's why it's also a concern, because in acquiring HBO, that is, then you take the number one biggest streaming platform with the number 3, number 4. And that's not only even more market power that Netflix has, but Netflix's whole thing is to have films go straight to streaming. And if they work out a deal with an A-list filmmaker who's like, no, I need at least, I want at least 1 week of a theatrical release, like those are the exceptions. They are also not in the business of putting out physical media, because why do you need physical media when you have a streaming service like Netflix? They don't want you to have physical media.
But despise going to movie theaters, I don't think you'll like the impact of that over time. Because the fact is, a movie, especially a non-IP...
And to be clear, I want to be clear, there's a lot of things I like that are on Netflix, and this is not me being like, oh, we need to completely eliminate the streaming model. But the problem has been that these companies have gotten to the size that they are with the with the continued mergers that have been occurring, with the vertical integration that is no longer challenged. And so Netflix has totally shifted how Hollywood works, and by gaining yet another studio and streaming business and swallowing that up under the Netflix umbrella, that's just even more consolidation of power, which is not going to be good for consumers. It's not going to be good for talent when they only have a couple options where to go in order to get films made. And having Netflix be as dominant as it is, with Netflix being antithetical to the theatrical model, that's not a good, it's not a good thing for filmmakers who want to preserve theaters, who want to have leverage. I mean, just today, news came out that it hasn't been announced, but apparently Jessica Chastain removed the show Savant from her bio. And if you don't know the tea on this, Savant was a show that was supposed to come out on Apple TV. And in the wake of Charlie Kirk being killed, Apple TV decided that they were going to temporarily hold the release of Savant. And Jessica Chastain came out and was saying how disappointing it was. The show is finished. Like, it was set to premiere. And Apple TV was like, oh, we're going to put a hold on this because we just think the subject material, it's maybe a little too sensitive with the current political environment. and there's been no news on if it's going to be released or not, but Jessica Chastain removed Savant from her Instagram bio, which hints at it just being completely canceled. And that is that it's terrible. You know, even if the show sucks, like that's not what matters here. And so for everybody who worked on that show, now they have nothing to show for it. They have no leverage when negotiating for their next project. What was the show? So it's a show that was based on a real life investigation that I think was detailed in Cosmopolitan. And it is a show about this woman who goes undercover and infiltrates hate groups online. And her whole goal is to not just understand these domestic extremist hate groups, but to try and stop them. So Jessica Chastain plays the character of Jodie Goodwin, who poses as a white nationalist in order to infiltrate these groups and try and stop any attacks. So, as I said, I don't know if it would be any good, but it's scary that can just happen. That Apple TV will just be like, yeah, no, we're not gonna release it, and it doesn't exist anywhere. Like there's no physical copy of it. And so the reason that they said that they were going to temporarily hold the show from premiering is because the political climate around Charlie Kirk's assassination was just too hot, that they didn't want to be contributing to any divisions or whatever bullshit like that.
P1 is a lot less valuable to Netflix than a drawn-out miniseries, and a lot more expensive than a cheap, non-scripted show. When it comes to serving the future of film, they're honestly one of the last companies I'd trust. That's not to say they've never released good movies, but I'd hate to see a world where they don't have much in the way of competition where distributing them is concerned.
Every person on the production is spending 6 to 7 months on something that will never appear.
If you know me, you know I care about a lot. Netflix owning HBO sounds bad. Now, okay, I want to be fair here, so I'll say this. In the last few years, it's been very clear that the HBO development team has been under pressure from their existing corporate overlords to create more IP-driven television, tying into Warner's vast catalog, with things like The It Show, more Game of Thrones, and The Penguin. Now, for the most part, I think they've pulled this off. They're very good at what they do. But a lot of the weirder, riskier ideas are now cropping up more in the cheaper half-hour dramedy format, the Chair Company being a great recent example. But with the hour-long dramas, I really think they have been playing it safer these days. So I'm not going to pretend that Netflix would be buying the HBO...
Kwan, when are you going to start acting again, girl? I would say... the worst time for me to try to get back into the biz is probably right now. I'm like, you know what? What the hell with all of this uncertainty in Hollywood and people who I know who are still working in the industry, just faced with this uncertainty and, a lack of solid opportunities. Maybe it's time that I finally come back.
2000s or the 2010s here. Still, my guess,
Abigail
and it is
Breslin
just
did a Lifetime movie this
is that
summer?
under
Oh,
Netflix,
God.
these trends would just be supercharged. I don't know how much HBO has been influenced by the data gathering done by HBO Max, but I do know that Netflix is absolutely obsessed with its own algorithm, its data, and the concept of second screen viewing. I think it's very possible that they try to force some or all of that onto HBO, and that stuff becomes more important to them than the taste and judgment of the HBO team. I hope this isn't the case. I'd like to think that they're not dumb enough to kill the golden goose of prestige TV. But with the increased focus on maximizing profits and short-term thinking that all these media companies are really engaging in these days, plus the pressure to recoup all the billions that they have just spent, I'm very afraid of what a Netflix HBO would look like. But what about the app, HBO Max? I've seen some people assume they just pull the plug on it, and I think that's really unlikely, at least in the short term. My money would be on it looking a little something like Disney fully taking over Hulu, but with a lot more fanfare. If you're a Hulu subscriber and you don't know this, I'm sorry to tell you, but Disney is winding it down as a standalone app in 2026. And soon, it'll mostly be a tab for the more adult-oriented stuff on Disney+. I could see that being the fate of HBO on Netflix eventually as well, but definitely not right away. With 128 million subscribers, that's not a money faucet they're going to want to turn off overnight. And I'm sure they would roll out bundles, probably really well-priced ones that they slowly raise the price on over a few years. Amazon has strong-armed companies like Starz and BritBox into being channels on Prime for years now, and it would make sense for Netflix to lean into that too, with the added benefit of having final say on all of it. No matter how it shakes out, I think the end result will be more price increases over time, which I know is something we're very used to at this point. And if this does end up with there being fewer potential buyers for TV shows, I could also see Apple TV benefiting, as they might become the landing spot for some of the interesting non-IP driven shows that HBO becomes less likely to want to make. Apple seems really invested in making prestige TV specifically, and we've seen a lot of their competitors, like AMC, the channel, not the theater chain, scale back significantly over the years. So far, I've been throwing out a lot of what I think could happen, but how likely is any of this? Personally, I think it's a lot less likely than Netflix is making it sound. Now, this could all end up aging horribly on my part, but there is some serious hurdles that they need to overcome. Both sides of the political aisle don't seem pleased about this, raising antitrust issues. Then there's how close Trump and his administration are with the Ellison family, the new owners of Paramount, and the other big potential buyer of WB. All of this could add up to a huge Department of Justice problem for Netflix that they might not be able to overcome. Now, though, Bloomberg is reporting that Netflix is wooing Trump personally and that he's been responsive to him. So, I don't know. Who knows? I guess this is just how we do things now.
Yeah.
Then this news comes out that...
It's like, I said this before, but our options should not be Netflix, Warner Brothers Discovery, or Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery. It should be neither. It should not be whoever has wooed the president more successfully, who has signaled that he's very much open for business. And the fact that it is one of those I guess this is just how it is now. Remember when it used to not be like that? Remember when it used to not be this way, but now we just have open corruption? In ways that we were always headed in this direction, but still it just is unbelievable.
Paramount is not out of the game at all and are aggressively trying to make this happen. One of their biggest selling points here appears to be that they want to buy all of Warner Brothers Discovery, even those dying cable channels that Netflix doesn't want. While the board seems to prefer Netflix's deal, Paramount is counting on this mountain of cash to sway shareholders. So who knows what'll happen. What we do know is this all ends up being a big win for David Zaslav either way, but failing might even have some upside for Netflix. Sure, they may be on the hook for billions for a breakup fee if it doesn't go through, but HBO Max is a major competitor for them, and leaving them in an uncertain limbo as this drags out for months or especially years could be really helpful to Netflix. And if it works, they're in a pretty unprecedented position, owning more big brands and commanding more of the market than just about anyone thought possible. I gotta be honest, I don't know what I want to happen here, or what a good outcome would look like. I don't want Netflix to own Warner Brothers. I don't want Paramount to own Warner Brothers. And it's clear that Warner Brothers can't really continue under its current regime, who I think have been looking
because
for
Warner Brothers and Discovery never should have merged.
big sale since the.
But David Zaslav, as the CEO of first Discovery, then WBD, this is how he enriches himself, and this is how he enriches the shareholders, where they go, yeah, no, this is what we're going to do. We're going to merge. It's going to cost, it's going to fuck up the industry. It's going to cost people jobs. It's going to lead to instability. But we, the chosen ones, are gonna make out like kings.
Moment they took over. It just seems inevitable that more Hollywood consolidation is around the corner, no matter what. That's kind of a grim conclusion, but it also seems inescapable at this point. Here's hoping that some of the smaller studios remain independent and come to fill the gap left behind by the ever-shrinking, ever more IP-driven major studios. So I've been talking it up for a while now, and it's finally out. You should absolutely go watch The Dinner Plan. If you haven't heard about it yet, it's Patrick H. Willems' new film, a comedy about trying to appear as normal as possible at a boss's dinner party and everything spiraling out of control. If you know his style, you already know to expect something clever, funny, and just the right amount of uncomfortable. And he delivers on all fronts. The cast is fantastic. Griffin Newman from the Blank Check podcast, Zach Cherry from Severance and You, and John Hodgman, one of the funniest people alive. They're a perfect mix in a movie built around absurdly escalating cringe comedy. You can stream The Dinner Plan right now on Nebula. And the best part is that Nebula now offers a free trial, so you can check it out completely free. And if you want to stick around, memberships are currently 50% off for both yearly and lifetime plans. For yearly, that just means $30 a year, $250 a month.
Warner Brothers has been basically passed around since the 50s. Yeah, they have a long history of being sold, merging. It's been, damn near 100 years.
So use my link, go.nebula.tv/Captain Midnight. You'll also get my videos ad-free, including exclusives like my hot take on the new Buffy reboot. If you've ever wanted to dip your toe in Nebula and check it out, there's never been a better time.
So this was what I mentioned earlier. Trump enters Warner Brothers fight, says it's imperative that CNN be sold. I could see something happening here where Netflix gets what they want and Paramount doesn't fully get what they want, but they get something here. And that something could be CNN. Because Netflix is not interested in the cable news networks under the Discovery umbrella. They just want the studio and the streaming business. Trump inserted himself directly into the battle for control of Warner Brothers Discovery on Wednesday, saying it's imperative that CNN be sold while deriding the network's news coverage. Of course he did. His comments during a White House roundtable indicated that he favors Paramount's hostile takeover bid for WBD, though he did not mention Paramount by name. This flip-flopping motherfucker, him being like, well, I'm not too happy with the owners of Paramount, considering that they ran a 60-minute segment of my nemesis, Marjorie Taylor Greene. He's such a diva. He's such a fucking fickle bitch who will change his tune constantly because he's so petty and because he wants to keep even his biggest allies on their toes and be like, just remember that you always have to be bending the knee to Donald Trump. And if you do anything that displeases me, then I will do something that displeases you. How is that legal? Well, it's not. It's not. This is just how things are now, though. Paramount, which is led by CEO David Ellison with backing from his father, billionaire Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison, is the only company trying to buy all of WBD, including CNN. Netflix signed a deal last week to buy Warner Brothers and HBO, but not the news brand. You've got some good companies bidding, Trump said in response to New York Post reporter Jeff Earl, who asked, what changes do you want to see at CNN under new leadership? The question itself raised eyebrows as it was premised on an imminent leadership shakeup no one presently expects. But earlier this week, the Wall Street Journal reported that David Ellison recently offered assurances to Trump administration officials that if he bought Warner, he would make sweeping changes to CNN. Just open corruption, man. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. The Journal cited people familiar with the matter. Both the Journal and the Post are owned by Rupert Murdoch's News Corp. CNN's own White House reporters have also heard from sources about the president's interest in the subject. Earlier this week, CNN's Kevin Liptak and Kristen Holmes reported that White House advisors have long speculated about who would buy Warner Brothers Discovery. And the president has told advisors he would support a leadership change at the cable network. He confirmed this on Wednesday, saying, I think the people that have run CNN for the last long period of time are a disgrace. I think it's imperative that CNN be sold. The president went on claiming the news network spreads poison and lies and emphasizing that he wouldn't want CNN's current leaders to stay in charge. A CNN spokesperson declined to comment. Trump has simultaneously sought CNN's attention and savagely criticized its news coverage for the better part of a decade. The big difference now is that the network may or may not be part of a sale. Under the plan WBD is pursuing, CNN's corporate parent will split into two publicly traded halves. One named Warner Brothers will house the movie studio and HBO, while the other, Discovery Global, will house CNN and cable channels, including TNT. The split is expected to take effect next summer. Oh, you mean how it was before these two merged? Netflix then plans to buy the Warner Brothers half once the deal is reviewed by regulators in the U.S. and other markets. But Paramount, which lost out to Netflix in a bidding war, is still pursuing WBD by urging shareholders to accept its $30 per share bid for the entire company. So just to be clear, even though it was reported that Netflix had won the bid, then 24 hours later, Paramount had come in with a hostile bid trying to take over. So nothing is set in stone yet, which is why they're pulling all their political strings. Why, someone like David Zasloff is in the center of this, figuring out, which one's going to make him even more of a billionaire. Just when Uncle Sam and Emma of Majority Report started getting semi-frequent appearances on Abby Phillips' show on CNN, the Ellisons are swooping in and will likely end that. Oh, yeah. I mean, what we're going to see is, look, not that CNN is anywhere to the left, but look at already what we're seeing at CBS News as Bari Weiss, Weiss's takeover goes into effect, right? So here we have a single bullet took Charlie Kirk's life, leaving Erica Kirk a widow and the leader of one of the most powerful conservative groups in the country. 3 months after her husband's assassination, Erica Kirk will join CBS News for a town hall on faith, grief, and political violence in America. The conversation, moderated by Bari Weiss, will feature voices from across the political spectrum. Oh, right, because Bari has said that she's all about the truth. That's what she's concerned with at CBS News, is bringing the truth to people who have gotten used to the truth not existing, the truth not being what is actually presented. Watch CBS News presents A Town Hall with Erica Kirk.
An assassin took Charlie Kirk's life, leaving Erica Kirk a widow and the leader of one of the most powerful conservative groups in the country. Can she help unite a fractured America? A Town Hall with Erica Kirk, Saturday on CBS. An assassin.
Yeah, this certainly seems like it's not biased.
Took Charlie Kirk's life.
Also, what is this fucking voiceover?
Leaving Erica Kirk a widow and the leader of one of the most powerful conservative groups in the country. Can she help unite a fractured America? A Town Hall with Erica Kirk.
This is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. CBS News, which was one of the better news networks, one of the better mainstream news networks, now this is what they're doing. This is what they're putting out. Erica Kirk, can she save America? CBS News presents a town hall with Erica Kirk, moderated by Bari Weiss. It's so unserious, man. I respect her for using her husband's death to become a reality TV star. Oh, wait, are you not aware that Erica Kirk was on reality TV before she married Charlie Kirk? That's where she comes from. Erica Kirk comes from reality TV. Aside, also, you know, like doing beauty pageants or Trump beauty pageants and stuff like that. Yeah. So we've got that. We've got this news, of course, to no one's surprise. Tony Two-Time has been appointed anchor of the flagship CBS Evening News. If you will recall, Double Cirque Two-Time Tony was the one who was on the morning show with Ta-Nehisi Coates, and he was so unbelievably racist in interviewing him about his book, The Message, which has to do with his journey into understanding the Palestinian cause and just how much he had not known before, what, you know, the propaganda he had swallowed so willingly. And that's where the meme comes from of Ta-Nehisi Coates going, wow, that was really racist, because Tony Two-Time is so pro-Israel that of course he wouldn't think twice about being incredibly racist on national news. And now he's being rewarded for it. And I guarantee that interview, plus, you know, everything else, but mainly that interview is what Bari Weiss has probably looked at as, you know, this is the vibe that I want. But these are the types of people that we need to be having running the main, anchoring our main news shows. I don't know much about this. Do you know how connected Megan Ellison is to this deal? So my understanding, Megan Ellison, who's also in the Ellison family, she founded Annapurna Pictures. She is not a part of her father and brother's dealings in the way those two have really fastened themselves as, you know, when we talk about the Ellisons, we're talking about David and Larry because of the moves that they're making in media, because of David being the one to spearhead the Paramount and Skydance merger, those two being very close to Donald Trump. So I don't know the full, I don't know all the tea. I don't know the full deets on Megan Ellison and her relationship with her family. Obviously, it's her father's money from Oracle that helped her to found and fund her independent film studio. She produces, yes. So Annapurna is Megan Ellison's company, and Annapurna is focused on indie film production, video game development. They do publishing, developing, TV, live theater. So she kind of seems to be doing her own thing, but I don't know. I don't know exactly what the nature of their personal relationship is. She, to my extent, has not publicly denounced her family, but doesn't really seem to be a part of what Larry and David are doing. Hippie Speed Ballroom, thank you for the prime. Yeah, okay, so as I was saying, Tony Two-Time has been now upgraded. He's been promoted. He is going to be the anchor of CBS Evening News. It's a huge promotion for him, and he is the first major hire for Bari Weiss. no surprise, the kinds of people that she is either bringing in or she is promoting. We live in a time in which many people have lost trust in the media, Weiss said. Tony DeCoupiel is the person to win it back. That's because he believes in old school journalistic values, asking the hard questions, following the facts wherever they lead, and holding power to account. That's funny because I watched that interview with Ta-Nehisi Coates, and he certainly was not doing that at all. Yeah. Unless old school journalistic values are being pro-Israel and being racist towards Palestinians, then sure. Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is. Old school journalistic values. CBS News. Yeah, remember he got reprimanded and now he's promoted. CBS News reprimanded Tony DeCoupiel following a contentious interview about Israel and the Palestinians with author Coates. Speaking to Coates about an essay he wrote, DeCoupiel said it would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist and asked Coates what offended him about the existence of a Jewish state. Then CBS News chief Wendy McMahon said at the time that our job is to serve our audience without bias or perceived bias. A phone call of McMahon discussing the issue with CBS staff members was leaked to the Free Press, edited by Weiss. So Bari's already making her moves. And anyway, that's what potentially is the direction that CNN's also heading in. And not that CNN is not already filled with pro-Israel anchors and journalists, and they are there to serve corporate power, etc. But it can absolutely get more right-wing. The for sale sign publicly went up on WBD in October, 1 month after Paramount began making overtures. Look, I think one way to understand that it's bad is that the Ellisons are trying to buy it. Okay. Why, if CNN's already cooked, it's like, why do you have people like the Ellisons trying to consolidate even more media power, knowing what their knowing what their interests are and how they are fulfilling those interests in this takeover of media and entertainment. Tony probably bringing on an insect specialist for his first eating news report who'll conduct a live side-by-side comparison between Palestinians and cockroaches. Yeah, it's like if you thought it was pro-Israel before, well, it can always get even more. Just when you think it can't get worse, somehow it does. The concerns were largely speculative, though the firewall between CNN Newsroom and its parent company had been tested repeatedly in the past decade. Ellison, who donated nearly $1 million to Joe Biden's re-election campaign last year, shifted with the political wins this year and forged close ties with Trump's inner circle. And that's the other thing, too, is it's like, socialism or barbarism? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. These people, them donating to a Democrat like Joe Biden and then donating to someone like Donald Trump, that's not so much an indicator of how their politics have changed. I think it's more of an indicator of how these people are all in the same club. They're really not that different. It's really kind of two sides of the same coin. And they are, one thing is that rich people do this a lot. They will donate to Democrats and Republicans because they're shoring up their interests either way. They're greasing the wheels. They're paying their fees. They're making sure that no matter who wins, they've established that relationship there. It's less about helping them win and more about earning favor. Yeah. And when you have two political parties who are both owned by corporate power, there's really no difference at the end of the day. So this should not be a surprise to anybody that, oh, Larry Ellison donated $1 million to Joe Biden's campaign, but then turned around and forged ties with Trump and his inner circle. Of course. Sunlight Bro, thank you for the tier 1. Ellison also acquired the Free Press and anti-woke website and appointed its co-founder, Bari Weiss, as editor-in-chief. The person that we have to stand up to Bari Weiss and her anti-woke website is dark woke champion Amanda Seyfried. Amanda Seyfried, who says, why should I fucking apologize for saying Charlie Kirk was hateful? He is. What some have seen as savvy business practices, others have viewed as media capitulation. WBD CEO David Zasloff may have been channeling the latter camp when he pointedly said in front of both Ellison and Sarandos at a glitzy gala in October, when the government controls the news, that's the end of democracy. The context was about Poland, but some onlookers believed it was also a shot at Paramount's perceived appeasement of Trump. Media reform groups and Democratic senators have raised alarms about the Ellison family's growing power, pointing to Larry's key role in Trump's plan to transfer TikTok's U.S. operations to a group of American investors. Trump and the elder Ellison go back years. Meanwhile, the younger Ellison's efforts to ingratiate himself with the Trump administration are fresher but have borne fruit. In October, Trump said of both father and son, "They're friends of mine. They're big supporters of mine." Yeah. Amanda Seyfried also said she wants to descreen Mamma Mia 3, though, so that's because they're doing press together right now. Pay no attention to that.
The larger media world is bracing for a massive battle involving some of the largest and most prominent media companies in the world, and the Trump administration is in the middle of it, set to play a major role in how it all plays out. On Monday, Paramount Skydance launched a hostile takeover effort for Warner Brothers Discovery. The two media conglomerates have been in negotiations for weeks about a potential sale. Paramount made this move after Warner and Netflix announced a deal on Friday which would merge those two companies, but not include CNN or other cable channels. So then Paramount Skydance,
there's a Mamma Mia too.
David Ellison.
Hell yeah, there was.
His son is Larry Ellison, who's a big Trump guy, who since gaining control of that corporation has shaken up Paramount's news and entertainment properties in order to appease the Trump administration. Moves which have included the $16 million settlement with Donald Trump. Over 60 Minutes, Kamala Harris interviewed during the 2024 presidential campaign, along with the cancellation of Stephen Colbert's wildly successful late-night program, which Donald Trump happily has taken credit for on social media. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Ellison's father, that billionaire Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison, as we said, a Trump ally, called Donald Trump after the Netflix deal was announced and told Donald Trump the transaction would hurt competition, according to a White House official and a person familiar with the matter. During a recent visit to Washington, D.C., David Ellison offered assurances to the Trump administration and their officials that if he buys...
Finance people love trying to make it sound cooler than it is by saying hostile takeover. Yeah, a lot of the reporting around it, especially in like Bloomberg Business, Wall Street Journal, is framing it in a way where it's exciting, right? Where it's cool and exciting, and this is the big bad world of finance. And if you know, if you don't understand, if you're not with it, it's because you simply just don't get it.
He'd make sweeping changes to CNN, a common and frequent target of Trump's ire. That's according to people familiar with the matter. Trump has told people close to him that he wants new ownership of CNN, as well as changes to CNN programming. Now, like most,
he looks like he's wearing someone else's face. That is
would have to approve
horrifying
any deal
and
between
true.
Warner, Netflix, or Warner Paramount or any combination thereof, which means none of this happens without Trump's approval. I want to bring in Oliver Darcy. He's the author of Status, our newsletter source for all things media, our favorite one. Steph is still here. So here's my question. Other than Richard Gere's character in Pretty Woman, I don't really know what a hostile takeover is. Like, what did Trump's media company try to do to Time Warner, which also seems to have some Trump adjacent or at least Trump open figures running it? Like, why didn't that work out?
Well, I think for people watching this deal play out,
yeah, people who know what a hostile takeover is because of Pretty Woman, and people who know what RICO is because of Dark Knight.
I'd be like, why do I care about what happens with Netflix and Warner Brothers and these assets? And I think a couple of reasons. One is if you care about...
It really is just super wealthy people moving money around and getting to take on tons and tons of debt, because that's what happens when you do a massive merger like this. And the shareholders and the CEOs getting these enormous payouts, cutting, of course, in order to cut some costs because of the amount of debt that is being acquired. That's why there are always layoffs. People always lose their jobs when something like this happens.
How entertainment is shaped, and the idea of like potentially a Trump ally gaining a legendary studio like Warner Brothers or HBO, that's interesting, right? But more importantly, Donald Trump has inserted himself into this process, which is sort of unprecedented. The president of the United States saying he's going to play a role in approving a deal here, which leaves you to wonder, how are they going to curry favor with Donald Trump? What is Netflix going to do to get an edge with Donald Trump? Are they going to do what Amazon has done, which is give Melania Trump this documentary? Or are they going to do something else? What is that going to look like? And with David Ellison and Paramount, what are they going to do? I think that's actually more interesting, because they want CNN. They want not only Warner Brothers and HBO, but they want the cable assets, which includes CNN. And we know that David Ellison, he said this yesterday on CNBC, which was kind of strange. He just admitted this in public. But he said he's talked to the president about CNN.
No, it's not strange at all. Why should they have to? Why should they have to hide it? It doesn't matter. They're just saying this stuff openly. This is the new way of things. You've got Donald Trump. He's so corrupt. Not that other past presidents haven't been, but he doesn't try to hide it at all. He'll sit there and go, all right, who's got the best offer? Art of the deal.
We have the Journal reporting that he's assured Trump
faces.
If he gets that company, he's going to make changes to CNN. Obviously, those would be in a more pro-Trump direction. And so I think people should care about this, because at the end of the day, you're seeing media moguls basically have to grovel before the president to get a deal done, and they're obviously going to want to give something to him so that they have an edge in this whole transaction.
And it's not. Can I ask one more question though? Because I barely understand this myself.
Yes, you do.
Didn't Netflix already make a deal with Time Warner?
They did, but nothing's been agreed upon. And remember, you need to get regulatory approval. And we have already heard, from the Paramount side that, we think we have a better chance of getting regulatory approval. This is an all-cash offer. And Trump has made it clear.
See,
he
Marissa
likes one deal over the other. Right? He dangles Brendan Carr, the FCC chair, out there. Remember when the Jimmy Kimmel thing happened, right?
I mean,
you
Mark
kept saying, why is Bob Iger letting this happen? Because Bob Iger didn't just have to worry about Jimmy Kimmel. He's got ESPN, he's got the NFL, and hundreds of millions of dollars worth of business in front.
But obviously
of the
not
SEC.
more hundreds of millions of dollars than the millions of Americans who canceled Hulu and Disney.
Okay, and that is why it's an extraordinarily tricky balance for these business leaders. Put Ellison aside, who's clearly in Trump's camp. But for the most part, many business leaders are neither left or right. They're trying to focus on their shareholders, their customers, their employees. But in the
I genuinely need to know what what these people's definition of left and right is.
The environment that we're living in with Trump, you have to aggressively curry favors with him or get on his right side if you want to get what you want. The only even example I can think of lately of a business leader who didn't was Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan is one of the only major companies that didn't give millions and millions of dollars to the new ballroom. And he said, I'm not going to give that money.
Yeah, she's a former finance exec.
Because I don't want the next president to be elected.
This is not surprising.
And we all get in trouble for currying favors. We don't want this
for
to
bribing.
Look like,
I think he was worried it was a bribe.
He doesn't want this to look like a bribe. And the fact that he said that out loud shows this new world we're living in that you've got to pay to play with the president.
What is, if you are a pro...
I don't think what's correct is what we just talked about, which is these CEOs and these shareholders and these rich people, they don't care who's in charge as long as who's in charge is good for their interests, which is why in this two-party system, we have the Democratic Party and the Republican Party that are bought and sold to the same corporate powers. Like they serve corporate interests. That's not the same thing as how she phrased it. She's a finance exec.
Consumer of
That's what she
shows.
is.
Who are you rooting for?
MSNBC. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I mean, I think that's the question. I mean, there's a lot to think about here. If Netflix gains these assets, they basically have, to some extent, you might argue, a monopoly over the entertainment industry, and that might lead to thousands of jobs eventually being cut. Now, they're obviously saying that that's not going to be the case. They're going to be growing the businesses, but consolidation typically isn't good for these industries. And if you care about democracy, do you want CNN falling into the hands of a pro-Trump force that's apparently talking to Donald Trump about the changes he might make at the network? I doubt.
And remember, it's not just the Ellisons, right? The Ellisons have put forward $12 billion of financing. Jared Kushner and 5 different Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds. Okay, in the 55-page SEC filing, Jared's name, the president's son-in-law, isn't even listed until page 48. And the fact that they have put together north of $20 billion to finance this, I didn't think in a modern world we would say, oh, sure, the Saudi sovereign wealth fund, the Qataris, they're going to have a strong hold over at least a portion of U.S. media.
But if the Saudis, too, by the way, which butchered a journalist not too long ago, the idea that they would be a part-time owner or part owner of CNN is astonishing.
But if Trump is at 36% and dropping like a stone, the Saudis are maybe the only people less popular than him. Why do they think this is a good branding effort?
I have no idea, Stephanie.
Access and control, right?
Because, but to what? To like a shrinking part of the public?
I think they probably needed the money, so that's why they went to the Middle East for this money. But there's a clear reason that David Ellison, when he's on CNBC, is not talking about his Middle Eastern buddies who are financing this deal. It's because it's not popular, right?
And the Saudis have had a push for access into the U.S. and normalization of Saudi Arabia. They want tourism to move there. They want business to move there. And this is another step towards it.
If you're Saudi Arabia, how great would it be if you own this asset and White Lotus is shooting White Lotus in Riyadh, right?
I just cannot believe we're talking about Donald Trump, Larry Ellison, and the Saudis.
Rush Hour 4 being shot in Riyadh.
We got Mr. Beastland opening up, y'all. We're good. All right? Don't fret, okay? We got good things coming our way. We got Beastland, baby. They're still racist, but they're not wrong. I mean, it is true that the Saudis have used their infinite wealth and their political connections to be reaching over and tapping into sports, entertainment, American celebrity and major cultural figures, and having them, partnering with them, just utilizing their money to form these partnerships in order to make their reputation better. That is true. And it's absurd that it's absurd that in the American government will act like, oh, it's totally fine it's totally fine for politicians to have this relationship with the Saudis, but Iran is the enemy. One of the greatest threats in this world, Iran, need to stop them, but no big deal that the American government is friendly with the Saudis. Like, they pick and choose that way because of American interests, of course. Any kind Oilers want to save me from hearing Dave Portnoy's voice in a DraftKings ad every ad break? Oh my fucking God. That is a nightmare to be in. If anyone's got a sub for Just a Scary Puppet, I might cover this more fully another day, but holy shit. Speaking of gambling, I'm sure some of y'all have seen this big investigation that came out in the New York Times, but it is all about these crypto casinos and how aggressively they are marketing towards specifically teenage boys, and in doing so, it's because they're using celebrities like Aiden Ross and Drake and XQC, and how companies like Stake and other casino logos are just everywhere now, either because they have endorsements with all of these companies and with celebrities and content creators, or because that logo is just getting slapped on everything everywhere. I'll just read through this thread a little bit so you can have an idea of what this is all about. But it's like, this story came out, all the shit that's happening in Hollywood between those two, it's not really shitty. I'm gonna be honest, it's shitty. It's not good. Crypto casinos have become a multi-billion-dollar industry. One of the ways they've grown is with an unusual marketing strategy, paying millions to internet celebrities to live stream themselves gambling for hours. And here's a clip they used. I mean, shit is shit. Everything transgender, everything gambling. We spoke to dozens of streamers, casino employees, mental health professionals, and industry insiders to understand how the new world of crypto casinos came about and how they aggressively market with live streamers who are popular with teenage boys. While some crypto casinos have big-time endorsements, Stake has deals with UFC, F1, Premier League team. They also rely on an army of online influencers and guerrilla social media marketing. You've probably seen the Stake and other casino logos on Twitter, IG, everywhere. And if you were sitting there thinking that these streamers and influencers were just getting paid a bag to gamble, and you're not understanding that the whole reason these companies pay them a shit ton of money is because they're promoting gambling to young, impressionable audiences, then I've got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. They're just really nice. XQC's bitch ass holds a grudge. I don't care about XQC or what he would have to say about this investigation in the New York Times that I'm covering because of news. Because I do news. Because is it not true? Like, is that not what this is all about? The whole reason that these companies pay millions of dollars is because you promote gambling to your audience. And for a lot of these content creators, their audiences are comprised of mostly young teenage boys who are watching them gamble hours and hours and hours a week, and then that influences them to gamble, and that's how those companies make money. That's just factual. We first started this story after noticing Vitali playing state casino games while doing his pedophile catch videos, where he would sometimes play on his phone with the alleged predators on stream. That is depressing. Young men are particularly interested in the streamers recruited to gamble in crypto casinos like Stake, Roobet, and Rainbet. For example, XQC and Aiden Ross were popular gaming streamers on Twitch before being paid millions to stream on Kick, where they gamble for hours every week. A young man we spoke to, who graduated from high school in May, told us that he started gambling in crypto casinos when he was 14. 14 years old. And that is the exact type of person that these crypto casinos want to bring in. They are young. They are easily not that people of all ages aren't addicted to gambling, but they are being influenced by the content creators that they watch for hours on end gamble. And so they're getting them at a really young age. They're getting them hooked. They're getting them hooked young. He lost over $10,000 gambling and even took out personal loans to chase his losses. And you know what happens when you are this young and you are already deeply addicted to gambling, that you're deep in like crypto casinos? This is the type of debt that's going to haunt you your entire life. Taking out personal loans. Personal loans to fuel your gambling addiction when you are this young. That is debt that will haunt you. Yeah, but have you considered I hate Hassan? You know, I didn't. Should have. Your old vid, but Drew Gooden has a great video on online gambling. I think we watched that one. It is a good one. Highly recommend. This is really depressing. One 20-year-old said he was first hooked on the sites in high school, placing wagers with his friends after baseball practice. Another gambler said he took thousands of dollars from his parents and spent it on crypto casinos. David, who asked to be identified by his middle name to protect his privacy, said he emptied out more than $12,000 in childhood savings when he turned 18 this year and converted it into cryptocurrency on a website. He bet it all, doubled it, and then lost it all. He later took out and gambled away $4,000 in personal loans without his parents knowing, trying to earn it back. I lost sight of what money actually is, said David, who graduated from high school in May. That just makes me, it just makes me die inside. It makes me want to scream. That these young men who are being influenced by content creators and celebrities that they watch gamble for hours on end with money that, like, they're being given by these companies to gamble, and they're being paid millions to gamble, and they go to do it for themselves and then get lost in the addiction. It's very predatory, and everything is gambling these days. Everything. They have made gambling. They've made everything into gambling. They have looked at everything in this world and gone, how can we get it twisted? How can we get it twisted? And you can't escape. Now gambling on politics. Gambling on politics, everything, the news. The Kalshi CEO basically said that's what he wanted to do. Yes, they're like every single thing in this world, an opinion, an idea, whatever. Like, you should be able to make money. You should be able to gamble off of it. I won't name names, but when I was living in Austin around a bunch of these people, one person in the room who averages like 1.5K viewers talked about how she made like 10 million in a year. She could see the rake back or whatever in 2021. Yeah, it was me. No, you don't even need to have a big viewership. You don't need to be a like 20K Andy to be making money from a company like Steak. They'll give you a bag. You know, they hand them out because they know they'll be able to reap the rewards of it. They'll be able to, the profits that they will get from give, you know, say they give $500,000, $1 million to someone who is not the biggest content creator, but is big enough that they'll be able to recoup that times 10. She was saying her audience spent that. Yeah, that her audience, she's a 1.5 average content creator, streamer, and her audience spent $10 million in a year. Someone was stealing Sam's likeness on Kick. No, I remember that. They stole Sam's photo and had it on a gambling stream. Often these gamblers told us video games with gambling features drew them in. The three I heard most often, NBA 2K, Fortnite, and CSGO. Many gambling streamers got famous with these streams, especially 2K. Roulette and many other crypto casinos are not legal in the United States, but U.S. gamblers, teenagers, and adults alike can dodge regulations with relative ease through the use of VPNs and verified accounts used with IDs purchased online, often from people in Africa and Asia. We spoke to a Canadian man who makes money just under 20 grand in 2025 through this fall, creating accounts on crypto casinos after purchasing photos of IDs in Kenya and India. He sells these accounts and also uses his referral code to get a fraction of what they wager. Wow, what an entrepreneur, you know? You guys, in this day and age, you gotta be an entrepreneur any way you can. And even if that means purchasing photos of IDs in Kenya and India that you then use to create accounts on crypto casinos, and you sell those accounts and your referral code gets you a fraction of what is wagered. It's a small business owner. This referral system is a bedrock of crypto casino marketing. Streamers drive signups to their code, which rewards them based on the account's wagers. Often this is also how casinos assess streamer success. More wagered on your referral code equals a better deal from the casino. These deals are one of the more opaque aspects of the crypto casino streaming ecosystem. From speaking with more than a dozen gambling live streamers, we were able to discern a roughly 4-tiered system to how these deals are structured, ranging from lucrative to exploitative. And the other, like, look, I'm not saying that all gambling is bad. Don't get it twisted, right? Remember, it is something that is not just something that you should that you should not take seriously, because it's very easy to get addicted. But I think one thing that needs to be remembered here is we're talking about audiences that are comprised of mostly teenagers. Like these are kids. These are very, very young people, very impressionable. So it's the lack of regulation. It's the fact that it's being marketed to kids, knowing that they're going to get hooked, that they're just easily influenced. Okay, I'm betting my life savings. Caroline said some gambling is good. I just mean, like, you know, it can be fun to go do a little gambling sometimes, but not what this is. These crypto casinos that are making that are making an ass fuck ton of money by getting kids addicted and them going into debt and taking out personal loans as teenagers, and there being no regulation and and just how easy they've made gambling too. That's the problem. They've made it so easy. It is so fucking easy. You know, it used to be like you would have to go to a casino, or you would have to just put in a little work to go be able to gamble. And now you can gamble a million ways off of your phone, the ease of it. Stake saw subprime mortgages and said, how can I get a teenager to take out a mortgage without having to give them a house and then make sure that they'll never be able to buy a house for the rest of their life? The most lucrative streamers are those who don't work with referral codes. And it's like, what the fuck is Drake doing? Does he not have enough money? Look at this bitch ass. Look at this bitch ass getting paid millions from gambling. Is it because his, like, are you in debt, sir? Your songs ain't hitting anymore? Probably it's because he's addicted to gambling too. He's addicted to gambling too. So might as well get paid to do something you're addicted to, I'm sure. I bet he is pretty broke. He apparently has a massive gambling issue. Oh, God. These are the big names: XQC, Drake, Aiden Ross, and so on. Like most all gambling live streamers, they stream on Kick. Almost always, these streamers are famous for things other than gambling, and they bring their viewers with them, which often include young men, especially teenage boys, to watch them gamble for hours on streams every week. The next tiers are streamers making a good amount of money, usually using referral codes. They often make well into six figures annually, though their compensation is often negotiated on a month-by-month basis over Discord or Telegram. There are dozens of these on Kick. The lower tier are those with small deals, often a few $100s per stream, done on a fill basis. More on that later in the thread. Depending on where they live, they may or not be able to make a living on what they earn and sometimes end up with nothing. The lowest rung are raw, self-funded streamers and those on microscopic fill deals. These are the guys who will bet with their own raw cash, hoping to get eyeballs on their stream and parlay that into a sponsored casino deal. Jesus. The most common question I received with this story was, are these guys actually using real money? Many gambling streamers work with a fill. That is when the casino gives them a set amount in their casino wallet to gamble with. They keep some of all of it after they stream. A very common structure for a deal: a streamer gets $500 a day from the casino 5 days a week to gamble with for 90 minutes a stream. At the end of the 90 minutes, he keeps whatever is left, whether it's $0 or $1,000, sometimes with caps. Some people get huge fills, others small. For streamers already making money from Kick through their creator program, this gambling money is just a cherry on top, complementing their primary income. But for many, it's their livelihood. And as you'd imagine, many of them develop destructive gambling addictions. Oh, yeah. Not hard to understand when you are gambling all day, every day, that you're then developing a destructive gambling addiction. Other streamers we spoke to got what they described as fake or monopoly money deals. They were given money in their crypto casino accounts to play with on live stream, but it was non-withdrawable. The money is technically real, but they can't get it out of the casino. Some streamers are quite upfront about the nature of their deals and will describe exactly the terms of how they get the crypto they gamble with, if it's real or not, if it's a fill or if it's raw. Others are not quite so honest or avoid the topic when it's raised. This opacity keeps things fuzzy. Are you actually watching someone live live and die with every bet? Or is it just pure entertainment with no real stakes? Many viewers gravitate towards watching D-Gen streamers, guys with obvious crippling gambling addictions. This authenticity becomes its own spectacle with these guys all over YouTube from their crash outs and huge losses. One guy poured urine on his head to get $500 to gamble with, and this led to him getting a relatively short-lived streaming deal with a casino. Oh my fucking God! Stake and Rubit, two of the largest casinos, disagreed with many of our findings, of course they did, about their marketing tactics and measures to prevent underage gambling. Stake noted its collection of sponsorships reflects the high standards to which we operate. Sure, Jan. Bake Nebraska, thank you for the 8 months. Yeah, here's the thing. These companies are incentivized to have underage people gamble. Of course. The spokesperson for Snoop Dogg, who had a deal with Rubet that ended shortly after we sent him questions, gave this response. The other celebrity streamers we reached out to didn't respond. A spokesperson for Snoop Dogg said, Snoop takes these issues seriously. He's no longer working with Rubet and has no plans to do so in the future. Rubet announced the end of the partnership on X on the same day. There's much more about these crypto casinos that we wrote about, including the trouble that states have in regulating these sites. Yeah, so this is a really great deep dive by Eric Toller, Neil Betty, and Jenny Vrentas for the New York Times. If you want to check out the full thing here, there you go. Anyone else playing some roguelike Gamba in it while listening to the stream? LMAM on Balatro, the Gamba's everywhere. Yeah, it is everywhere. And I think, like I said, what's concerning to me are these unregulated crypto casinos that are targeting really young kids who are going into debt because their favorite influencer is degenerately gambling for hours on end each week. And it's the ease with which they have made it's that everything now you have the ability to gamble on everything and the ease with which you can gamble. And it's how normalized betting is in every facet of life. And, you know, sports betting is one of the biggest departments in that regard. And oh my God, it's everywhere. It's so easy to lose a bunch of money placing bets. I remember Train and X trying to claim for months before it was banned here that they were doing it because they actually just love gambling and would do it anyways. Here's the thing. Even if that's true, which you can love gambling and say you would do it anyways because, yes, it's an addiction. You are addicted to gambling. But you need to be aware of the fact that if you have a young audience, it's insane reasoning. If you have a young audience doing something like gambling every single night and gambling thousands and thousands of dollars in a single stream, that's not like, ooh, I love video games. I would play video games anyway, so I might as well do it on stream. You know? People are watching you, getting a referral code that gives them $100 for free to start off. That $100 goes by like that. They're addicted to the rush of watching someone, you know, place massive bets, win big, lose big. Then they start doing it themselves. Have you played the Osnox gambling video? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm just concerned all the time for the negative impacts that young people are experiencing. You know, there's obviously, I think there's a lot of good from how the internet plays a big part in young people's life, from how they get news and how they can access information on the web. But I think in the world of content creators and how that's becoming that's becoming something that is a bigger part of young people's lives, I worry that it kind of seems as if there's more bad influences than there are good influences. I look around at the content creators who have thousands and thousands of young kids in their audiences, and it just seems to me that there's less of them who are a good influence. Because it feels like they're disincentivized. You know, it feels like you're disincentivized as a streamer amassing a large audience of mostly kids to be a good influence. More money to make being a shithead. Yeah. It's concerning to me. I'm going to keep it a buck. I've been listening to you with a hockey game muted, and I wish I was counting how many times I've seen a reference to betting because it feels nonstop. I didn't realize how prevalent it was because I don't really watch sports until I think we were going, maybe it was like the day we watched the Drew Gooden video, and whatever it was, all the examples of sports betting. And then since then, in the couple times that I've like watched anything sports wise, it is everywhere. Oh my God. And the amount of commercials that are sports betting, the amount of ads that I see everywhere, it's all, I didn't realize how many people that I know do sports betting. Like, it's because the federal ban was overturned. That's why in the last decade and like the last 6 years, 5-6 years, it's really just taken off. So many people I know regularly engage in sports betting. Yeah, I didn't realize how normalized it was. In soccer, it's everywhere, sponsoring teams, the commentators reading ads while commentating. Oh boy. Oh boy. Just remember, there's no get rich quick. Okay, someone trying to, like, if you want to do it for fun, if you want to do a little gamba for fun, and it's not serious money, and it's not something that like you need to pay your bills, that it's monopoly money, right? It's like, you know what? This is a special thing just for funsies, but it's how quickly for a lot of people it turns into a full-blown addiction, and people are betting what they cannot afford to lose. And they are betting because they view it as like a way to make money in this capitalist hellscape. It's like their only path forward towards being rich. They're like, it's so easy. All I gotta do is win big. And it's also the dopamine. Yeah. When you win, that dopamine hit, My grandma even used to say that about the stock market. Not that I know dick about stocks and not that I like have ever been a stock person, but she always, I remember when I was a kid, because she was a day trader, she loved, like, for fun, she would say, this is not real money. She'd be like, this money is fake. This is monopoly money. This is not anything where if I lose, then there goes my house. Or, you know, this is not me with any dire need to have, like win big here, because otherwise I won't be able to live. Austin asking for the big win to get addicted. It's not the winning that's the dopamine, it's the anticipation. Yes, but also winning is fun. I know that it is the anticipation. I know that as far as like in the psychological and physical effects of how people get addicted to it, but winning is fun. And like, you win a little bit of money and then you tell yourself, well, I can win some more. You know? You're like, might as well double down. I already won once. Have you seen Kim Kardashian's Fortnite skins trailer? I have. Speaking of somebody who just will never stop at anything, there's never enough money for Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian does not care what the venture is. She will just she'll just keep girl bossing, you know? She'll just keep getting that bag over and over and over again. I know she's got a Fortnite skin. Why? Why does Kim K have a Fortnite skin? I don't know. Okay, anyway, I want to talk about this. SZA, my girl SZA. Have you ever seen videos of old people at the slots and casinos? They have these rituals to help them win. They'll be banging and tapping the fuck out of those machines. Yes, I have. What's the gif of like those old people just sitting there doing the slots like this all in a row? Classic. Okay, SZA reacts to the White House using her SNL song for pro-ICE video. White House rage-baiting artist for free promo is peak dark, inhumanity, and shock and awe tactics. Evil and boring. Evil and boring. So this is something the White House has been doing. All right. They are trying to co-opt music by popular major artists. They are trying to keep presenting themselves as like the rage bait troll admin. I fucking hate them. I hate their policies, obviously. I hate the way that their social media is being run. I hate these bitches. I hate them. But they keep doing this because it forces artists to respond. First of all, they have to either be like, hey, fuck you, I don't participate, I have nothing to do with this, or they'll say nothing. Or they say nothing, and then that gets to be twisted in this artist supports, not only does the White House go unchallenged, but then it can be spun into this artist supports this administration because, like Taylor Swift, Taylor Swift not saying anything after Fate of Ophelia came out. Can't they issue a DMC? So it's costly. It's difficult. It's in order to legally challenge the use of a song. Like they can, and it has succeeded. But what people are choosing to do right now, what artists are choosing to do right now, is to raise their objections publicly. So even at least if they do pursue a legal path, at the bare minimum, and to get, because that can take a long ass time too. They are putting their foot down immediately and saying, I object to this. These are not my political stances. I will not be an unwilling participant in the evils of this administration. I will not be used in their political messaging. So artists have been pushing back. You had Olivia Rodrigo, you had Kenny Loggins, you had recently Sabrina Carpenter, you had MGMT. They managed to get a DHS video taken down. They issued a DMCA and they got that taken down off of X. Jess Glynn. So a lot of examples of artists who have already had this happen where the administration is posting videos using their music. And yet they keep doing it. They keep doing it because, as I said, by the time they win or lose in court, the damage is already done. And in some cases, they can do a DMCA strike, so it's immediately taken down on, say, I know I said X, kill me. Should I just end it now? On Twitter? Or the White House will delete the video. But the point is that they don't care because they're getting it. They're putting these videos out. They're making so many of these. They're just taking footage of ICE officers beating the shit out of human beings and then setting it to a pop song and being like, we're so fucking evil. What are you going to do about it? Ugh. And I just feel like, as an artist, I do think that you need to say something if your song is being used by this evil ass administration, because they're going to keep doing it. And I think as an artist, you should make it clear that you don't, you're not a participant in their evil agenda. And I don't think that this is something where if an artist says something, it worsens the situation. I mean, if it worsens the situation, it worsens it for them as an individual artist. But yeah, SZA is the latest artist that the White House has used. They used her SNL song for a pro-ICE video, and she was like, oh my God, you're evil and boring. You're truly evil and boring. Normalizing evil through pop culture. I know. They're trying to co-op. They're trying to co-op popular music and artists, and God, I'm just, you know what I keep thinking of? I keep thinking of whatever little fucking dweeb is making these videos, or whatever dweebs are making these videos and stealing these songs and thinking that they're so troll and laughing at what, their latest video. We heard it's cuffing season. Bad news for criminal illegal aliens. Great news for America. That they think they're just these little edgelords. These are the types of people where, again, some people never got punched in the face growing up and they needed to. As a part of their development, getting bullied, being punched in the face because they suck. Quentin Tarantino type of people. One one good wedgie could have stopped Stephen Miller. Potentially. You know, the kind of wedgie that the kind of wedgie that he felt for a week after. The worst part's grown-ass adults doing it. I mean, yeah, I'm sure they have some... I'm sure they have some Zoomers who they have enlisted as social media specialists. But yeah, whether they're Zoomers or they're adults, they need to be hyper wedgied. This is such loser ass behavior. One swirly could save the country. I do believe it.
The worst day on a movie set is still better than the...
Okay. All right. Jacob Elordi, who wants to be loved. I learned about him in a clip that I saw on this. That apparently nobody tells Jacob Elordi, I love you. And that's so crazy because I'm here to fulfill that job. If that's what he needs, I will volunteer. That's what he needs. I's got him. All right, I need a little snacky poo before we settle into watch this. Okay. All right. If you are new to this series, this is the Actors on Actors series that Variety puts on. And it is a mix of... God, my fucking neck. It is a mix of actors who are either in some of the biggest films of the year, are potential award contenders, maybe have already been... Well, no, because they put this together before awards season really starts. But anyway, so we don't watch all of them, but I pick a couple here and there to watch. We watched David Cornsweet and Jonathan Bailey, which was great. And now we're here to watch... Jacob Elordi, who plays Frankenstein's monster in Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, that I saw, and I actually really liked it. I thought he was great. And then Gwyneth Paltrow, who is in Marty Supreme, starring alongside Timothée Chalamet, who can't stop talking about how he should win an Oscar. It would be kind of funny if Timothée Chalamet actually never wins an Oscar, and every year he just gets more and more intense talking about how he deserves to win and how he's been putting out, what did he say, 6, 7? Oh, no! 7, 8 roles. Oh, God, 6, 7 has forever been ruined. It's forever been ruined. He's like, I've done 7, 8 films that are just top notch. And as he gets older, he just keeps adding to that number. It was 7-8 years. Oh, Jesus, God almighty. God almighty, memes have ruined my life. I hate it. This world that we live in. I hate it. Am I the only one who recently realized Jacob Elordi was into men? I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? Where did you get that information? Because I'm pretty sure that is misinformation. And I think maybe you just got a lot of people excited. Are you wishful thinking? Are you trying to manifest? I don't think he has ever said that he is into men. So I think it may just be you recently realizing Jacob Elordi is being into men, because I don't think that that's the case. It might be wishful thinking. I think so. I think maybe you saw a Twitter post by a Twitter gay. Maybe it was anti-Piker, you know? I do think I would know if Jacob Elordi was into men. I do think that's something I would be aware of. Maybe you fell for an anti-Piker tweet. Anyway, okay, let's settle in and watch.
The worst day on a movie set is still better than the best day in the real world. And that's bullshit.
I just got on the train and I never got off until the train crashed, basically.
So you win an Academy Award. And what did you do straight after that?
You know, quit, I guess.
Right.
Also, remember my prediction for this pairing? Okay, also, I'm sorry, but the arm around her? How she's going to be excited about how tall he is, that she's basically just going to be like, yeah, I'm in love with you. Just talking about how gorgeous he is.
It's so nice to be here talking to you.
Nice to talk to you too.
My children are very jealous, both of them. My son looks up to you. My daughter is in love with you, like every...
That is so lovely.
Yeah, and I probably will be too by the end of it.
Oh, the prediction has already come true. And I probably will be too.
Well, that's the thing. You always, every single person ever says, oh, my mum loves you, or my daughter loves you, or my girlfriend loves you. It's never, I love
Jacob,
you.
I love
Jacob,
you.
I love you.
I'm in love with you.
It's always...
Okay.
No one has told this man, I love you. No one has said, I love you. I have a hard time believing that. Where is Sandwich to jump in right now and be like, I do that every single day? I guess I just need to do it more. I saw this tweet, but it's my fault for... Oh, what did you fall for? This is how I found out Jacob Elordi is gay. It's a Twitter account that says Elordi slut. A Twitter user, Elordi slut. This is how I found out Jacob Elordi is gay. Oh no, you saw that and you went, oh my God, Jacob Elordi is gay. I just can't get over Jacob Elordi being like, you know, everybody always tells me my sister loves you, my mom loves you. Nobody ever says I love you. And Gwyneth Paltrow's like, I love you. I do. I'll say it. I'm single.
Degree of separation.
It's true. I get that a lot now. Like,
I'm not with
mom.
Coldplay anymore.
Yeah, and it's like, well,
oh,
did you enjoy it? You know?
Yeah, it's true.
Well, thank you for that. That's very nice.
They actually introduced me to you. My first entree to you and your incredible talent was in Euphoria, of course.
Thank you.
It's really Like, I was just blown away when I saw you, and you're so talented.
Thank you for saying so.
You really
And you're
are.
Was it
so
alarming?
tall.
As a parent, parents always say it's like, but I've never been able to see, because it seems so extreme to me when I
Me
watch
too.
the show that I don't know how it's relatable.
I wasn't alarmed.
Yeah.
My kids they sort of weren't going down those paths.
Right.
So, but I think there were things that they felt were right, like were depicted really accurately.
Yeah.
You know,
Of course not. Their mother is Goop. Their mother is the Goop lady. I love you, Jacob Elordi. I sob at my computer screen as I reblog yet another Frankenstein gift set on Tumblr.com.
not the extremes, but I think in the relational stuff.
idea,
and-
yeah.
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 And the
that's so
social
cool.
media stuff. And
Yeah, that's an alarming thing.
yeah. And there's going to be another one, right?
There's another one. I finished filming just recently, and it's a
good.
completely different thing.
Is your character nicer?
I actually think so.
Oh, good.
I really do think so. Whether it works or not, I don't know. No, there's a chance that whatever we've done is just not good. Well, what I've done is not good. I'm not
I
sure.
doubt that.
I'm not sure.
I doubt
It was
that.
such a sort of truncated experience, but it's cool.
Cool.
It's cool.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's very exciting. So, Marty Supreme.
Yes.
He fucking hates Euphoria. Because I'm sorry, Jacob Elordi has moved on past Euphoria. This man has moved on past Euphoria.
Very good movie.
Thank you. I'm not available.
Oh, yeah? What you got going on?
Actually, I have a big promotional event to attend to for my husband.
Oh, okay. What's he promoting?
Pens?
How does that process work for you? Because I would love to work with Josh. It comes across
Everyone
your desk and
has
you
at this
know
point,
his
true.
films, so you're familiar with Uncut Gems and that, and you want to work with him. Like, why that movie?
Why that one?
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm completely honest, I had been kind of not involved in the world of cinema I'd been taking kind of a break. Like, I wasn't that up on who were the great new people. And my brother's a filmmaker, and when I told him,
Girl, I don't think you were up on anything.
That this guy Josh Safdie wanted to meet me, my brother was like, "You're doing that movie, like whatever it is, you're doing it." And I was like, "Who is this guy?" And then I watched Uncut Gems, and I was like, "Wow!" I just thought it's so bold. Like, he has such a specific style.
Sorry, I just Gwyneth Paltrow being so in her fucking world that she is like, yeah, this guy Josh Safdie wants to meet with me. I don't know who he is. Guy Safdie? I don't know. And people around her being like, yeah, you should meet with him.
Al is a filmmaker.
Yeah.
And then I met with him, and he's just awesome.
What's
and
Uncut Gems?
Like creating worlds in his head, and just the kind of artist that's like exciting. I thought, okay, it's been a minute.
Yeah.
But
Timothy is incredible in this movie.
Yeah,
like,
he's brilliant.
Genuinely unbelievable. And there's like the final frame of him in the hospital is such a committed performance.
Yeah.
What is it? Because I guess you've worked with some of the greatest male movie stars in the history of cinema.
Yeah.
How is that experience working with someone, I guess, that is
How do you feel about
sort of
Timothée
the
Chalamet
age of
not having an
these
Oscar
guys
yet?
that you worked with in the
Yeah.
90s and stuff like that? Like the sort of, what is it like working with someone with that kind of intensity, I guess, as a performer?
It was great. I also I wasn't so familiar with his work either. So I did a little bit of a deep dive.
It's pretty good.
And he's very, very good.
Do you think Jacob Elordi has seen her boobs in Shakespeare in Love? Do you think he's thinking about that?
And in this movie, he absolutely
Trying not
blew
to
me
think about
away.
it?
I just again, the bravery around playing somebody with no moral center. It's like a lot of times actors, when they're playing someone who's not likable, you can see them kind of like couching it a bit, like not wanting to be.
He just drives through it.
Yeah, he's very committed. You said that's really the right word. Like, it's always inspiring to work with anybody who takes it that seriously and who loves it that much.
Yeah.
And because
Is he ever nude in Euphoria? I can't remember. She talks like she's too famous. Okay, so there is There is this theory. Well, Gwyneth Paltrow's also said, so there's this joke that Gwyneth Paltrow doesn't remember who she's in movies with, but it's not really a joke because it's happened so many times. He shows butt in Euphoria. Okay. It's happened so many times that she just won't remember being in a film or won't remember having met someone or having worked with them. Like she didn't know who Tom Holland was and she's been in a film with him. But she has said for years, or at least years ago, that she has memory loss. So I think straight up, she does not remember most movies and people that she has worked with. You know what I mean? She said back in 2005, Gwyneth confesses memory loss. So at first it was like, oh, haha, this is funny. Gwyneth Paltrow can't remember that she was in Marvel. Gwyneth Paltrow can't remember like meeting Tom Holland. And it started to become enough instances that it was like this thing. But 20 years ago, Gwyneth Paltrow said that her memory had deteriorated since she had given birth. And she's like, I can't remember anything. I can't remember what day it is. And I think that's why these days when she'll get caught up not knowing that she was in a Marvel movie or that she knew Tom Holland, I genuinely think it's because of that memory loss. I can't see Gwyneth Paltrow without thinking back to her on the witness stand being gushed over by the opposing lawyer in that ski accident thing, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, yeah. Remember that whole case?
And I'm like, oh yeah, I used to really love it like this.
It's
like
a
this
reminder
too,
thing
yeah.
that it can be important and it does have value. That's how I feel when I watch it. When I watch his work, he makes me feel good about the state of everything.
Yeah.
Because it makes you feel like you're not just in an echo chamber. Like there is something happening. There's a conversation happening in movies, and and people do.
Did you watch The Politician?
Still care, and because I think as long as people care about them, and if people keep putting care in, generation by generation, you can kind of keep them alive.
Yeah.
My great fear is that that movies lose their currency or something, and we don't have that form of storytelling anymore.
Well, I think it's changed quite a bit, and like the business models have changed, and the way it's all commercialized seems
wild. And
changed.
Does that feel specifically different to like the 90s?
Yes, it feels very different.
Because I feel like
That's why him asking her, like, you've worked with some of the biggest male movie stars. What was that like? And she's kind of giving vague answers here. I think it's because she does not remember. I think because of this memory loss. And I wonder if it's affected any of her day-to-day life. I'm sure. But like some of her biggest projects that she's ever done, in interviews throughout the years, she has shown that she like cannot remember that. This is the same thing as what Bruce Willis is. No, it's not the same thing as what Bruce Willis is going through, but I think she said that it stems from when she was pregnant, and that's when she really started to experience memory loss, and it just seems as if it's not something that's come back.
We grew up.
Not to make it super depressing, but it does make sense now that at first it kind of seemed like a bit that she doesn't remember being in Marvel. It's like, oh, maybe it's because those films suck. Maybe she doesn't give a shit about Marvel movies. But now this really seems to have been kind of a decades-long thing.
Looking at your generation of actors and all those movies and devoured them, and it was like, that was the dream.
Yeah.
That was the movies that like we wanted to make, and then I feel like we all kind of finally got the audition, got the thing, and we've like stepped out into Hollywood, and it's like,
where do they all go?
this is not at all what it felt like watching. So you can feel a definite
yes,
sort
although
of
I
shift.
have to say this year, like this year I was like, hey, what's going on? There are
Yeah, there's a lot of good movies.
really good movies. It feels like the first time in a while that it's kind of going back to,
Yeah.
and I think that happens, you know, in the face of like hyper commercialization, that you start to have real artists coming
little
through, like
renaissances
punching
and new
through,
waves,
like,
yeah.
and I feel like that's what's happening this year, which is pretty
I
cool.
agree with you.
Yeah.
That makes me glad. Have you always approached movies that way, in that if the filmmaker isn't, because you've worked with, like, your list is, I mean, you have what, Paul Thomas Anderson, Alfonso Cuarón, Steven Spielberg, David Fincher.
Yeah, she's had a crazy
who
career.
did Ripley?
Anthony Minghella.
Minghella, like
Wes Anderson.
Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
No one has that list. That's like,
Oh my God.
is it a conscious thing, or is it something that happens naturally? Is it something that you seek out? Because I don't really know what your relationship is to movies, because you grew up around them.
Yeah.
Sort of very much around them. How do you end up in a spot where not only are you making movies, because you can get in the industry and just make movies,
Right.
but you've worked with every single person in the sort of recent history of cinema who has had something specific to say, sort of beyond the movie
Right.
business, you know,
That's
in an
such a
artistic
cool
way.
of putting it. I mean, I think I got really lucky. Like, Paul Thomas Anderson had never made a movie.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
what's his Heart Eight? Is his first
film.
How does that? The film geek in me. How does that? How do you end up there? Because I don't know the timeline of all
Yeah,
these movies.
I
I've
mean-
just seen all your movies as like, I've seen them 10 years after they were made, or the
Right.
year that, you know, they're all over the place for
Right.
me.
So I must have been probably like 21 or 22.
Right.
I think he saw me in the first kind of breakout part that I had, which was a movie called Flesh and Bone, which was not a successful movie, but I had this great role in it, and I was, you know, young, and he saw me, and he just kind of like, we became friends, and I don't know, there was just something about him that was so interesting, and like, he was so passionate, and also it wasn't like a lot of other people were asking me to be in movies at the time.
Right.
So it just kind of worked out, and he ended up raising the money after some fits and starts, and then we all went to Reno and made this movie, and it was like John C. Reilly
It's an
and
amazing movie.
all these really cool people. And I think I was in a lot of, like, Alfonso Cuarón, that was his first American movie. I was in Fincher's first movie.
Jeez.
Yeah, there were like a lot of first or kind of early
Seated to
in
see as she talks about her magnum opus, Shallow Hall.
careers, and like
Where was
Wes,
the
for
Oscar
example.
for that?
I was almost in Rushmore, and it didn't work out for some reason.
Wow.
And I was very excited to be in Tenenbaums with that amazing cast, and I feel like
character that you played is like stamped forever.
that she's pretty cool.
She's
yeah.
unbelievably cool. She is the cool. Like, she defined a certain genre of like cool girl.
Disaffected,
You know? Like,
smoking.
Smoking in the bathtub, you know, writing a play. It's amazing.
Thank you.
So just a natural sort of.
Yeah, and then I also, you know, made a bunch of weird choices too, and made some not so good movies, you know.
How does that come about? Just the nature of. Do you feel like you've had a specific?
Definitely not Shallow Hall. Definitely, that doesn't count. Is she still pursuing the Goop stuff, or what is she doing now? Yeah, she still runs Goop, but I think she's getting back into acting. She's kind of done. She's kind of done some projects here and there, but her having this role in Marty Supreme is kind of putting her back on the map.
That you've
Not that I think she'll be an awards contender, but Marty Supreme is already being talked about as like, it's going to be very competitive in award season. Best Picture nomination. Timothy, is he going to get his Oscar now? Yeah, I don't really know if I'd call it a comeback, because she doesn't really seem to be in the frame of mind of I'm having my comeback.
wanted to like when you how did you start making movies? Because you say Flesh and Bone. Is that your
My first movie was actually, I had one line in Hook, a Steven Spielberg movie.
Yeah, right.
So that was my first one. But
I love that movie.
It's cute.
It's so cute.
But Flesh and
sad.
Bone was my first like real part.
Yeah.
And I played somebody very, very different to myself. Like she was a real grifter in Texas and a thief and kind of this amoral chick. And when that came out, you know, it was like a lot of sort of good reviews and stuff. And it started to build. And then I didn't work. And I was like, I thought it was going to happen. It's not going to happen.
I know the feeling, yeah.
What about you? What was your first?
I'd sort of studied theatre for a while, and then I went to drama school. And then I was auditioning for things in America while I was in drama
It's
school.
pronounced.
After class.
I thought I said. I don't know.
And then I
thought
booked
I
this
said how.
movie in Australia called Swinging Safari, and it's about.
You guys, if you live stream just about every night for hours on end, you will mispronounce things. You can mispronounce your own name. Also, whoa.
The 70s in Australia, and it's like Guy Pearce and who else is in that? Ashley Kent, just a bunch of Australian legends. And then I was auditioning for things, and I auditioned for like 100 and something times, just all self-tapes, because this is right when self-tapes were starting.
Right.
And then I booked this Netflix film called The Kissing Booth when I was...
Oh my God, I forgot that horrible hair. Oh, not the side-swept emo
18, I
hair.
think.
Oh, wow.
And then I went and shot that movie, and then came to America, and then had the same sort of thing. I thought that because I had made a movie and I wore a leather jacket and I was
Horrible
in this thing
films.
that I really thought I was about to do something.
Great.
And then I got to Los Angeles and kind of got, you know,
Yeah, it can be
smacked in the face.
sobering.
Yeah, it was like, 2 years after that,
right.
which is not a long time in the scheme of things, but for me it was like, nails on a chalkboard.
I had the same kind of thing. I just thought, oh my gosh, I guess this is maybe not gonna.
Yeah, this is not gonna be, and you had an opportunity, and it didn't do what you thought it would do,
Right.
And then it was just auditioning and going through things, and then I got Euphoria, and then from there it's kind of been just a snowball.
Yeah, understandably.
Of each year too. Every time I think, oh, I've got it now. I understand. I know what's happening. Something else will happen that gives me a whole new experience of the.
And how did
whole thing.
who gave you the idea that, a movie career in Hollywood was possible?
Who told you could be a star?
You said, you had quite a normal upbringing and.
Yeah, I was quite loud. I was very noisy, which is every actor's thing is like, they didn't know what to do with me. So
Right.
I don't think he's that great of an actor. He's mid. I think you should watch Frankenstein if you haven't, because it made me appreciate him more.
which I hate, but it is true. Like, I was obnoxious. And there was a teacher at school, Mrs. McMahon,
The energy
decided
in that
to put
room
me
feels
in
fucking
this
weird.
play Cat in the Hat in Seussical the musical. And I just, yeah.
You nailed it. God.
Yeah, as soon as I did it.
I did not expect to hear a Seussical the musical
had the big
reference.
hat on, and I knew that was a thing that I wanted to do. And then I watched, I've said this a million times on this sort of press tour, but I saw Heath Ledger, and I think in The Dark Knight, and I knew him from Knight's Tale and all these things that I'd grown up watching. And I think that when I was about 12, I realised he was from Australia.
Oh.
And then the cog started turning that it was a vibe, it was a thing that you could do, and it was something that like I could do that, and then from that point it became an obsession. Just movies have been every bit of my life from then to now.
Wow.
Like, I get very, very excited by the idea of them, and I had very supportive parents as well.
That's awesome.
Which is like such a luxury. In that when I said it, they said, sure, go for it.
So are you kind of?
I forgot he did Priscilla. Man, he's really had a huge blow up post Euphoria. Dream Etterdom, thank you for the 4 months. Don, thank you for the 33 months. He's
Like,
booked and busy, baby.
In a pinch me moment right now with this film, because you are so fantastic in Frankenstein.
I agree.
I was so impressed by your physicality. It was almost like watching a ballet dancer or something like
Right.
that. How you emerged into this creature, and just the physicality was like really beautiful, and the dynamic between this incredible tenderness and this violence, which you like seem to have, you know, such facility with, like the depths of each direction. I was really impressed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey,
You know,
Gwenny.
my sister is a ballet dancer. She was my whole life. So she danced from when she was 2 till about 26. She danced in Germany. So I've grown up around that kind of movement, and it definitely was like a reference point for sort of how to use.
I wondered.
Use your body. I've always been sort of enamored by ballet. But thank you for saying so. It is a pinch me moment, because the dream that I had really when I was laying in my bed, and I had these little, like a lot of people do, those little glow in the dark stars on my roof, and I would lay there and stare at them. And part of that dream was literally working with Guillermo del Toro.
Was it really?
Because I'd seen Pan's Labyrinth when I was maybe 13 or 14 or something, and there was the Pale Man was in that, who is this creep, and I was into monsters and all these sorts of things. And
Did his
and
sister
I
die?
remember
He looked
seeing that
sad.
film and
No.
keeping it with me somewhere, like the idea of that
No.
movie. So then now to be on a plane with him, and to even to watch the film and see his name come up and then sort of pop up on the screen as the creature is, it's absolutely surreal. It's an impossible thing to.
You manifested it.
In a way, but in a
Yeah,
very
that's
sort
pretty
of
fucking cool.
subconscious sort of.
Yo, that's got to be crazy. You watch Pan's Labyrinth and go, oh my God, I love this film. I love this director. And then years later, you play Frankenstein's monster in his iteration.
Indirect kind of way.
She really seems to be trying to give a fuck in this video. I'm not going to lie. I mean, look, Gwyneth Paltrow absolutely has the capacity to talk about things that are not goop, you know? I think the energy on their actors and actors is that Jacob, I think he's still a young actor. He's still coming up. I think he wants to be serious. I think he wants to be seen as serious. And I think Gwyneth probably just doesn't want to. I think her daughter was probably like, do not embarrass me. She lives in her own world, but can be nice. Yeah, she's not a dummy, you know? I think Gwyneth is someone who's been in the industry for a long time. Her parents were both industry people. She's a Nepo baby. She's had an incredible career. She's worked with some of the greatest directors of all time. She's won an Oscar. Like she's even though she hasn't acted that much in recent years, Gwyneth was one of the biggest actors in the biz. She won an Oscar, yeah, for Shakespeare in Love. Yeah, I think maybe the generational difference as well. And I think she wants to hear him because he's young, he's up and coming, and he's got just a different kind of energy and view on things than she does. And I think she's probably like happy to share her experience at all, but is also like, I want him to express everything that he wants to, you know. I've done this whole shebang. I've been around the block. What's my favorite Gwyneth Paltrow role? Oh, I mean, Emma, maybe. I fucking love her in Emma. Also, I hate to say it, I do love Shakespeare in Love. No, I don't even hate to say it. I think the film is good. I think it's just bullshit what Harvey Weinstein did that year to get Shakespeare in Love the Best Picture Oscar. Royal Tenenbaums, she's awesome in Talented Mr. Ripley. She's been in so much. 7, what's in the box?
Like, how did it come about? Did you just get the call that?
Yeah, I was shooting Priscilla, this movie where I play Elvis Presley.
Oh yeah,
with Sophia Coppola.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so she's amazing.
She's incredible.
And the hair and makeup team from that were going to make Frankenstein after we were done. And while I was playing Elvis, I had this
He's better than Austin Butler's Elvis, I'm going to say, as well.
I remember I said to her, I'm supposed to be in that movie.
Did you like Priscilla? Not really. The ending especially kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I thought he was good, and I thought he was better than Austin Butler. Why are there so many Elvis movies? Yeah, there's so many. I did not care at all for Baz Luhrmann's Elvis.
And she was like, no, you're not. And she's like, did you audition for it? And I was like, no, I'm meant to be in it though. And she goes, well, we have an actor, so
Kaylee was really good too.
And I kind of laughed. It was just a passing joke. And then a year later, the actor dropped out, and the hair person went to Guillermo and said, I don't know if you know who this is, but maybe you should think about he has a great sort of physicality or something for it. And at the same time, Ted Sarandos at Netflix emailed a link to this other film I'd made called Saltburn. And so Guillermo had this sort of influx of information about me.
Triangulation of Jacob Elordi.
Which was strange, because I'd never said anything like that before. And then, I got an email to read the script, and then the next morning we FaceTimed.
Were you so excited?
I was beyond excited, I was getting to a point too where I wasn't really very excited. Like work was becoming work in a way, and nothing was really moving anything, and I was starting to face that, like maybe I'll just keep working or take a break, or I was sort of losing passion or something a little bit. And as soon as I read the screenplay, it was I knew how I wanted to say that line. I knew I had a picture of how he would move.
Wait,
in my
he
head.
was
It was
going
just
to take
sort of
a
an immediate
break?
kind of, and I turned all the lights off in my house and lit everything with candles when I read the script, because I just had a feeling that I needed to do something to get a spark
Stir
back.
it.
Yeah, so I'm not just reading screenplays on my laptop because they've been sent in, and they need to know by the end of the day, and you're like kind of just going through it and not really reacting to what's in front of you. So I really made a meal out of it, and then I had this like 6-day excruciating wait to find out if I was like viable to be.
What was he ruminating on?
It was something to do with the studio or something that I had no idea. And in my head, I created every single reason why I had ruined my life and that I wouldn't be in this movie, and how I had messed up and all these things. And then eventually, I got the phone call that I had to go.
So exciting.
Yeah, put all the.
It's
stuff
interesting
on.
what you were saying about, like, when you just touched on, you had been kind of working as work, and you had to take a minute to get the spark back, because I always think that's so interesting about being an artist, that if you're lucky enough to start to make a living.
Okay, honestly, pretty funny that he got the role in Frankenstein because of Saltburn.
At your art.
But also that I think he was talking about kind of maybe being burnt out, and maybe that was because of doing films like Saltburn.
What we do out of love and dream and passion.
He's like, maybe this is not where I wanted my career direction to go.
And there is something about that too. You are so lucky that somebody's paying the rent on the building for you to go in and do your silly little song and dance in there. So the fact that I was sitting there kind of laboring over it, like that's where I knew something was wrong with whatever was
were
happening.
Out of alignment.
Because the thing is, you should be able to find joy in it in any sort of scenario, whether the script is incredible or not incredible, but it does start to become,
I don't know.
it does start to become a job, and then it's, because I used to be one of those people that was like, you know, the worst day on a movie set is still better than the best day in the real world. And that's bullshit. Like, that's a fucking lie. Like, it is not true.
No.
Okay, I don't know if I agree with
The
this.
best day in the real world absolutely trumps and devours, you know, the worst day. Because the worst day on a film set is like...
It's really demoralizing.
Really, and you can't quite figure out why, because you've still got your latte and everything is there, and you've been
but you
driven.
know it's
and,
not working.
But there's something that's just
You've got egg on your face.
Yeah, and you've just... And there is that moment I was standing there and I was saying words in something that I had somehow ended up in, and I felt like my bones were like...
Maybe if you're crew and you're getting screamed at by the talent.
On fire. Like, I was like, I love you, or something like that. And I was like, oh, shut. I was looking at myself from the outside on these sets, like, go home. Like, you should have...
Like, okay, what kind of film set are we talking? Are we talking a film set for, I don't know, Hallmark? Are we talking a film set for, I don't know, Daily Wire? Or are we talking a film set where Guillermo del Toro is the director? You know? Are we talking a film set where it's like a couple students trying to put together their thesis? Is he talking about Kissing Booth? Yeah, maybe Euphoria. Maybe this boy is so scarred from Euphoria and Sam Levinson. Maybe the combo, maybe the Saltburn Sam Levinson combo has really done a number on him. He needed Guillermo. He needed Frankenstein.
Mardo's thrown at you like you're an embarrassment, you know.
Those moments are so excruciating.
So yeah, so it was nice to have something come in that sort of reignited that feeling that the worst day could be the best day.
Yeah.
You know. Did you feel how long is the break that you?
It's like 7 years.
7 years. And is that a conscious thing from a similar kind of feeling, or is it just something that life you're focused on something else?
She had goop.
Or is it something I have to get away from this, or?
Yeah, I think it was a combination of things. I think, you know, when I was doing it.
Oh, you got married today? That's not as good as the shitty day I had on set. Anonymous gifter, thank you. Shibi, thank you. I'm not kidding. Having heard him talk, I think he fucking hates Euphoria, and I think Euphoria and Sam Levinson did a number on probably not just him, but other people who were part of that show. All this talk of like, yeah, I was thinking, you know, maybe I need to take a break. Oh, I used to have this mentality, the worst day on a film set is better than the best day in the real world. And then I stopped thinking that. He's also, yeah, wait, I thought we looked at some shady comments he's made about Euphoria. Yeah, I think Euphoria, even though it was I mean, I hate to say, he blew up from Kissing Booth. Kissing Booth was his big break. Kissing Booth was his break, but I think Euphoria really pushed him into the mainstream because that show was massive. And it had people like Zendaya. And that's also where I first saw him as well. So Euphoria was the thing that really broke him through. And that's tough. I think that's a tough thing when you look back on the thing that catapulted you to the next big stage of your career, which then opened up a lot of doors. But then you're also like, fuck Sam Levinson.
In my 20s, like I never took a break, and I kind of burned myself out a little bit. And so when I had my daughter, I was like, I'm just going to take a minute. And luckily I could afford to take a break. And then I had my son, and then I was like, I think I want to approach this in a different way. And have a little bit more of a life. I think I felt, you know, a lot of loneliness when I was doing it in my 20s. I didn't know myself really well yet, and I was traveling all the time, and so I just kind of wanted to take a break. And then I started to do kind of more supporting parts in things like the Iron Man movies, and I felt like there was a part of myself that I kind of needed to grow up and understand really who I was, and I got a lot of those answers through my family, and then I started a business, and then it became really hard to contemplate, you know, doing something. And I also, for me, like, didn't want to go on location while my kids were still home.
Yeah.
And so this kind of came about in the most incredible way, because our boys...
He said, visually, what I'm seeing is incredible. Oh, yeah, that's shady.
I have a son and a stepson who were the same age, and they were going off. And I was left with this feeling of like shock and disbelief, like these boys are going to go, and like, who am I, you know?
Yeah.
And it was just then that I met Josh and became familiar with his work, and he reminded me of some of those people you mentioned, like in the early days of their career, and I was like, I think this is going to be really worthwhile. It might work or not, because it's so ambitious and so original.
It's unbelievable, yeah.
I'm not agreeing to anything.
All right, we don't have to agree to anything. I'm gonna do it anyway, okay? 1, 2, 3.
I thought, this is the kind of thing I like to do. Like, I want to take a risk. And it was going to shoot in New York, so I could be near all the kids. And so I said yes.
It's an amazing movie for that, because it is so niche and quite peculiar. The performances are peculiar, the story is peculiar, but it's totally universal.
Yeah.
Like, you go with each character. When he came to you with the movie, was it as it was? It was just fully...
It was long.
Yeah.
It was like 160 pages or something like that. Yeah, it was a long...
Oh my goodness.
And I was like, there's no way they're going to be able to...
Did you shoot 160 pages?
I mean, I feel like no, because I think we started just not making days, and then things would sort of fall away. But I think it was a lot of pages that were shot.
And on a film like that, because their films are like long lenses, set up in the street, steal a shot, get this if you can, don't need the permit, you know, there's something like Herzog-y about it. Was that the case on this movie, or was it, because this is obviously so much more, because Uncut Gems is its own thing, and Heaven Knows What, and all these films are there, and Good Time, but they're a lot messier, whereas this, in a good way, in the way that they are shot on the street, whereas this felt a lot more like a...
This was like a bigger...
big movie.
This movie felt to me like the movies that we used to make in the 90s. You know?
Because it reminds me of your films from the 90s in a way. Like, just the size and the scale of the shots and the depth of the performance. Like, everyone.
Him saying it reminds me of your films from the 90s. Oh, he's seen that Gwyneth Paltrow filmography.
Everybody's.
And you have this one moment, which I told you before, but when you step out on the stage and are facing away from the audience, and then the light comes up and you say that first line, and the audience erupts, I just started weeping. Aww. I just started crying, but the look on your face was so sincere and so beautiful and sad. At the same time, it was a culmination of this whole person's life was in the cheer of that audience, and you absolutely just, like, it was flawless.
Thank you so much.
And also, are you doing, because I wasn't sure, because I have, your voice in my head is a combination of all the films that you've made, and now I'm hearing you speak for real. Was there like a old movie star transatlantic thing on her? How does that come about, the voice of her and stuff like that?
I was just watching, you know, like Hitchcock movies and movies from the time, like movies in the 50s, and people really did speak with that kind of transatlantic thing. So I brought that in a little bit.
No, it's great. It's absolutely...
and yours is English in the movie.
English, and the guy that teaches the creature to speak, David Brad.
He's like, I've heard your voice now, and I've heard you in movies. So where's that transatlantic accent come from?
He's from Yorkshire, so he's Northern England. And then Oscar did this sort of heightened RP accent so the creature's somewhere
in the middle,
and then maybe like whatever memory he has from a different
It's like
body
you're from
part,
California,
maybe the way
right?
that person sounds,
Right,
or something. I think with that thing with the creature is it seems specific, but he is so vague because he's created from so many different things.
Yeah.
So I had so many places to go and look and. Okay, there was also a lot of practical stuff too, like standing in the mirror and going like, no, like oh, something that's like, oh no, you can't walk like that.
It's
You
like
gotta pull
asking
that
Madonna
back.
about the British accent. Madonna, where does the British accent come from? Because I've heard your normal voice, and it's different from the British one.
I was going to ask you about that because I think whenever I see a performance that has like those aspects of bravery, I think like, how do they do that? Like, do you in the mirror or like do you?
The mirror was a massive part because I pretty much made myself
Surprised
alone
that she's
for
not
the 6
British?
months of
It's 'cause
shooting,
she's
he's kind of the
transatlantic.
loneliest thing in the whole world.
He is. It's so sad.
Yeah, it is really. And reading him and playing him I was like, oh, you poor thing. You know, you're so alone. So I kind of isolated myself, and I spent just so much time. The house I had in Toronto had mirrors everywhere, and I would just walk
Cinematography in that
around
film
and,
is gorgina.
mutter to myself over there, and then try something over here. Or I'd call my sister and be like, "Do you like this or do you like this?" Like, you know, just there was something very practical and deliberate, but then also something that was about exploring and just trying. But I listened to this podcast recently with Joaquin Phoenix, and he said, James Gray, you also work with him. Two Lovers. See, you have a crazy filmography. It's unbelievable. But there was something in The Master.
It's like you've been in so many incredible movies.
Was a scene
This is like watching a wisp with no memory answer questions from a baby fawn. I know. He does seem like a baby fawn. He's like, because, okay, if he strikes me as somebody who was a student of film, obviously loved movies. Truly. He has probably really seen a lot of her films. And when he was growing up, I'm sure it was like Gwyneth could have been one of his crushes. You know, Gwyneth in the 90s, she was A-list. She was definitely so not only admiring the fact that she has an incredible filmography, but it's gotta be surreal too. Like, I just imagine if I became famous and suddenly I find myself sitting across from, I don't know, Angelina Jolie. Truly, name any actor. Name any actor of a certain generation. I would just be like, this is really weird because I'm obsessed with you and I'm a fan. It would be so surreal. Yeah, Nicole Kidman. I'd go, you're literally Mother Nicole. Your Mother Nicole.
Oh my God,
what am I
that's
doing here?
Impossible performance. How did you do that? And then in this podcast, he said he just held his breath. Like, he really just held his breath until he couldn't. And I'm like, oh, of course, that's exactly what is happening in that frame. You can't. So there's a lot of stuff like that as well. Just get your body to the extreme point physically.
Right.
And then he'll say action, and then sort of something happens as you
that's so
unfold. So like
interesting.
practical and spiritual. There was this weird combination of the the two.
Often do that, sort of like take the fundamental elements of a character and have that be the kind of atmosphere in your real life?
To a degree, but I'm also I can't go so far down that path that like I can still acknowledge that there's lights there and cameras. So if I went fully into the thing of like I am
method.
90s were the
living in
last
this
era
thing,
where
it's just
celebs were
bullshit because
unreachable. Yeah, they were
you're
like
not. You got an
glamorous,
SUV and you went to the
mysterious
thing and but there's little
superstars.
things like like the voice is really hard to do.
I gotta go pee.
If I'm like talking in the voice and then I go, can I just have a latte? So stuff like that I cut out. Like things that I would, like foods that I liked, I would get rid of. Like just little habits that I have as myself, I would get rid of them so I felt kind of foreign in my own environment, I suppose.
Wow, that's very committed.
But nothing, like I'll do anything to have like a small departure from the everyday as well. Like
Why?
I've always loved, and again, this is such a dicky actor thing, but I like the idea of being able to fully just be like, not dealing with that.
Right.
I gotta make a movie, not dealing with that.
It's like denial as a profession.
Making a movie is a great excuse to get, because you can't argue with it. It's like, oh well, I guess I've got to go to Istanbul now for this many weeks. Sorry.
Right. Right.
You know.
Right.
So maybe I don't.
But do you feel like there's stuff you want to escape from in your real life, or is it more just?
No, I think there's some kind of an indulgent thing. I love indulging in the other life or something like that. It's not necessarily like anything to do with running,
right?
As opposed to enjoying the holiday or something like that.
Right.
I'm not.
Okay, can I be for real? I think she's probably bored. She's like, I think she might be a little bored. I just feel as if Gwyneth is kind of so over this aspect of her life and career. You know what I mean? When she went, oh, Josh Safdie, who is that? Okay, that sounds good. I'll do that. Whereas he's in the beginning of his career. He's all... It's just a different... It's just a different place that he's at in his life and career.
I'm kind of reevaluating the whole thing now as well after this movie. And so do you think, did you enjoy it the same way? Coming back after the break, did it feel how you thought it would feel?
I enjoyed it so much more.
Right.
Like I felt it was like a fresh start in a way.
Yeah.
You know, it felt like,
yeah, he wants to talk about craft
and with all this life lived, like tucked away into my body and with more, you know, I think that always makes you more layered as a person. There's been through so much stuff. And before, I just got on the train and I never got off until the train crashed, basically. And I feel like I sort of fell out of love with it, you know, because I wasn't even.
I think we might watch the Kristen
contemplating,
Stewart
do I love
episode
this? Like,
another
you know,
day.
I was just like going
interview.
And I had taken such a long break that I was really able to feel everything and just perceive.
Actually get the information that's coming. I wonder why that is that the train has to derail.
I don't know.
For you to. I'm not even asking. I genuinely, why?
I don't blame her for being over awards campaign interviews. I mean, yeah, because that is what. I mean, ultimately, she and her team agreed to do this, but that is a big part of this variety actors on actors. It's like actors who are doing press for a film of theirs that came out this year that, with exceptions like David Cornsweet, who is just in one of the biggest films of the year, that is an awards contender. Like, I honestly think Gwyneth Paltrow doesn't care about awards season.
That it has to.
I know.
In this thing, it's just, and you can't just go, I'm going to just.
I know, because I think we feel like as actors, we're so lucky to be in a position where we're able to do it and get paid for it. And it doesn't, I mean, I can just speak for myself. I never thought like, hey, like maybe you should take a break or just say no to this one thing or slow down. It was like this, I don't know, breathless ferociousness around like, what if I don't get another job, and you know, as opposed to being more strategic and like and taking some.
But it's hard to be strategic when it's your first time experiencing something as well. All these experiences are brand new things, so you can't have a plan for how you're supposed to do them.
Totally.
how old were you when you started acting? Like the first time? And what was like because you grew up in it or around it or
Yep.
adjacent, what was the like calling of it? Was it did you get bitten by that bug that you knew you had to do this thing, or was it a sort of a natural progress, and was it how you thought it would be, your
Yeah.
like entrance into it? Does that make sense?
Absolutely. So I always wanted to do it because my mom is an incredible actor, and on the stage she's like a legend. So I grew up watching her rehearse and do plays my whole life, and I just wanted to do what she did. Like she was so powerful on stage and so mesmerizing, and so I always wanted to act. My parents were kind of discouraging of it, you know. They thought I should try to pursue something a bit more, I don't know, maybe steady. And like after school one day in high school in New York City, like I was smoking cigarettes in the coffee shop, and a casting director came up to me and didn't know who my parents were or anything. She was like, "Do you want to audition for a movie?" And
I wonder if they'll make goop cigs.
I got a call back to that, and then, you know, then I used to do plays at the Williamstown Theater Festival every summer, and I was an apprentice, and someone saw me, and it was just sort of like little bits, you know, and I was sort of like, and my parents were like, "Are you going to go to college? Are you going to do this? Like, what's happening?" And
do you think they knew?
I think
that you were going to do it,
I
and
think
it was
they
just
knew.
like keep it at bay for as long as you could.
I think so.
That's
But
so
my first
interesting.
thing ever, I think, was when I was in Hook. I was probably 17.
No way.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But it was just one line.
Yeah, but you're in the Spielberg movie.
I know.
It still gets added to the list of to the rings.
It still counts?
It still counts. When I read Saltburn, my thought on it was, I was like, I have to be like Jude Law in this movie because of Ripley. But then my association to it, I was like, oh, these aren't similar at all. I shouldn't use that as a reference. I think before making the film, I thought it was going to be like a Talented Mr. Ripley sort of structure, and then as I went to make the film, I think I realized it wasn't.
And it's the same director that is doing Wuthering Heights?
She's doing this movie. We did this movie, Wuthering Heights.
Like, Gwyneth doesn't know Emerald Fennell. It is funny. It is very funny to me how fucking checked out she is on the industry. It's the same director who's doing Wuthering Heights. She's so out of the loop. And honestly isn't interested in like trying to be in the loop.
It's after that.
I'm very excited for this movie.
I think you'll like it.
I'm gonna.
I saw it last week.
How is it?
She's out of the
Really
goop.
good.
Oh.
I think she's an amazing filmmaker, and Margot is so good.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
and
like,
she's Australian too, right?
Yeah, we're literally from like 20 minutes from.
Oh, that's great.
From
Is that
from
nice?
each
Does it
other.
feel sort of like a homecoming?
There was this shorthand that we got to have based on just childhood experience, like certain smells and sounds and a certain kind
Quentin
of a brand
Paltrow
of
versus
cracker
Kim
that you
K,
guys don't
actors on
have, or
actors.
biscuit. You know, just those things made it all so sort of so much easier. But it's a cool movie.
I don't think they would talk about acting. I think they would talk about like being businesswomen.
I hope. We'll see.
I'm excited.
We'll see what
I think
what happens with it.
the internet is abuzz about Wuthering Heights.
So
they should
someone
be.
will like pull their phone up, and I'm like, get that away from me. You know. When was the last time you were on stage?
The last time I was on stage was too long ago. It was when I did Proof in London.
Oh, really? And
which
that
was
when?
2002.
Do you think? This is such a journalist question. Do you think you'll
Neptara,
ever
thank you
make
for the
it
4
back?
months.
I would love to, actually. I
Yeah.
promised my mother I would do a play at some point.
I would love to watch you on stage.
Thank you.
Especially after that frame in the movie. I feel like
It's so interesting because she's now mentioned her mother twice in reference to her acting career. One in, and I'm not saying that's not a legitimate reason and one that other children who grew up in show business families didn't have as well. But like when he said, "Why did you want to be an actor?" She said, "Because of my mom, because I like watched my mom and she was so amazing and beautiful on screen and on stage." And just now when he was like, "Do you want to do a play?" again? Like, do you want to get on stage again? And she said, I promised my mom I would do another play. Who's her mom? Her mom is Blythe Danner, and her father was Bruce Paltrow, who was a famous director. Her mom, here she is. She looks a lot like her mom. But yeah, she was a stage and screen actress, was married to Bruce Paltrow. So Gwen grew up in a very successful entertainment family. Isn't that Buffy's mom? No. She's a lot older than the actress who's Buffy's mom.
There'd be a similar reception.
Hopefully my reviews wouldn't be as bad as my character.
Oh, that's crippling when it cuts to you crying in that room. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I remember. And I remember putting I was sitting there, I put the P, I went, oh no.
I know.
Oh no. No.
And Josh and Ronnie, the writers, actually wrote out the entire review. And it's so brutal. It's so brutal. I was like, yeah, this would make me sob.
Yeah. Oh, cry. I guess that's what you put yourself up for if you go back.
That's the risk.
Especially if it's like a comeback or something as well, which is a crazy.
Yeah.
I have one more question.
Okay.
You win an Academy Award for Shakespeare in Love. Did that have any bearing before you had gotten into that position, and did it change anything in terms of how you view movies or the way that you do the work, sort of? Because that moment is a thing of like, oh, it means nothing, it's all just blah, 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 blah. But there is a thing where it does mean a great deal, and even just in a business sense, as an actor, there is something that happens and changes just in people's perception of you and your work, and I imagine pressure. Like, did it feel like something had happened, or did it feel like nothing?
Oh my God, it felt like something immense had happened.
Yeah.
And there was this massive energetic shift. It was very, very overwhelming. I mean, I was young. I was only 26. So
God, she was so young when she won.
Of course, it's like the ultimate prize, right? It's like and so there was this incredible sense of like pride, but also overwhelm, and then like, do I deserve this?
Shame,
and, it was like and I was so young that I feel like I didn't have the tools yet to sort of metabolize it. So it was pretty overwhelming, and I think it also just kind of gave me pause, like, wait, what does this mean? And like, how am I supposed to do something else?
What do you do?
It's funny she's saying this, and I think this is probably, this is because she's older now, but at the time, she actually her dad had a come to Jesus talk with her, because he said, you're an asshole. Like, you're getting weird. You're acting like a dick. She got very caught up because she was the child of two successful entertainment professionals, because she was in big films in her 20s, and then she won an Oscar at 26. That's so young, and the kind of fame and level of success that she achieved by that age, it inflated her ego, and she was basically, the way she described it was that her father had to give her a reality check and say, hey, you need to check your ego at the door. Sometimes you got to tell your kid they're being an asshole. Yeah, sometimes you got to tell your kid they're being an asshole, especially in an industry like Hollywood, where Gwyneth was talented, but Gwyneth also came from a successful family. Her dad directed her in films. Like, she was in the film Duets because her dad directed that film. And it's kind of one of those where he was like, hey, don't become a diva. don't become a diva. You've had a lot of things handed to you in life. You've worked hard. You've earned success, but you're only 26 years old, and she ain't no diva. He was just like, you got to check yourself.
What do you do after?
That's it. And what did you do straight after that?
You know, quit, I guess.
Right. Good. I think
You
that's the
know,
answer.
pretty much. Like a few years later.
And then you take that break after that.
Yeah, I just needed I did a big life change. You know, I moved to England for at least a decade, and
it is interesting that because there's such an emphasis on taking a break and coming back from something, but there's no rule book that says you need to make 3 movies every year and keep delivering a thing. It is, at the end of the day, an art or a craft, and some painters only put out, 3 paintings every 20 years, or a musician might put out 1 album every, like a real sort of conceptual musician might put out 1 album every 15 years or something like that. But there is this strange sort of commercial expectation that an actor has, you're only as good as your last movie, or you do have to keep feeding this thing. But
and it's not true, you know.
Not at all.
No, and I think that's the thing. Like if I could go back and talk to myself at that age, I would just say, just take your time, just really get in touch with who you are to the greatest extent possible and make decisions from that place. Like, I would just say slow down and work with great people, and, don't beat yourself up so much along the way. And
yeah, because it can feel like a decision, like yes or no to a movie is like saying yes or no to being alive. Like, do I want to live or do I want to die? That's what the stakes can feel like sometimes, and it's just so clearly not the case, because if you step outside of Los Angeles or New York for like 20 minutes, you realize it's such a concentrated
bubble.
That this stuff is important, and that it has like some kind of major bearing on the world.
Totally. Totally. Jacob, this was a pleasure.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
It was great to sit with you. And
here in this setting.
Yeah.
Totally. I'm gonna keep it a buck. So I thought that maybe this could be content. Maybe if we kind of got unhinged Gwyneth, there could be some funny moments. It started off, we had a couple little tidbits. It was fine. I really do think I would have preferred in this instance to have Gwyneth matched up with one of her peers, because Gwyneth took a big break and now she's back, and I just think it could have been, I just think it would have gotten more out of her, or she just would have seemed more interested in sitting down and talking with a fellow female actress who they came through the biz together, had their separate paths, and now here they are, older, maybe wiser, and just can kind of speak a language that the two of them understand. And it's not that I don't think that I like when actors on actors will pair up people from different generations, different backgrounds, et cetera. But I just think in this instance, having Gwyneth with someone of her generation, closer to her generation, it would have been better. I feel like she probably asked us her kids. I feel as if Gwyneth, probably her team said, hey, do you want to do actors on actors? And she probably went, okay, sure. And then it was pitched of Jacob Elordi. I'm sure Apple Martin was like, ah! Oh my God, Jacob Elordi is so hot. And her son was like, I really look up to Jacob Elordi. And she went, okay, sure. Okay, I'll sit down with him. I did love, and I found that's good. No, I'm not saying it was bad, but I think sometimes with these actors on actors, you can have two interesting people, but not the best matchup. You know, as far as the rest of the season goes, I love David and Jonathan yesterday. I just loved the energy. I loved them really bonding over theater, over just moments from their films. Like it just, they felt so connected. And this kind of felt like Gwyneth, one, not being tapped into the industry these days, and she's aware of Jacob Elordi probably because of her kids. And he is young. He is successful, but wanting to really establish himself as a serious actor. I think he was nervous too it's Gwyneth Paltrow, right? And I think he wanted to lead with making sure he came across as like a serious student of craft and of the industry. They had me in the first half, lost me in the second. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt too. First half, I was like, okay, and then it just kind of started to drag on a bit, and I went, I think they would have been better if they were paired up with different people. It's weird that this year they paired up actors together, but only did actresses with actors. Wait. Oh. Are there no actress groupings? I didn't even notice that when I was looking at the list. There's no chats with two actresses. Huh. That is strange. Recession indicator? Yeah, that kind of sucks. Not Merrick's. Thank you for the 3 months. It's true. It's because women hate each other. That's why there were no women paired up. Because women are each other's enemy. Yeah, so true. Did you comment on the interview from Timothy about his performances the past few years? I kind of joked about it, and then I accidentally said 6-7, and I was like, should I just end it now? Because he said 7-8 years, but I couldn't remember, and I thought it was 6-7, and then that was it. That's it for me. Yeah, so what I said was it would be kind of funny if Timothée Chalamet doesn't win the Oscar, or if he's kind of a Leo in it takes him decades and he finally wins for the film that he shouldn't win for. And every single year he just keeps adding to this is how many incredible years of performances I've been giving. Every year he just gets more and more insufferable in talking about that Oscar being his. And people are like, okay, you gotta chill. You gotta chill, because it ain't cute. Yeah, he's gotta walk that thin line. He can't be too thirsty. And he's being pretty damn thirsty. Never go full Bradley Cooper. I mean, Bradley's whole thing was that it was like he was pretending he didn't want the Oscar when he very much did. Anyway, Kristen Stewart, there was a clip of her talking about it, but I kind of just want to watch her whole interview. Not today, but at some point. She does an interview and it's titled Kristen Stewart Thinks Hollywood is Stuck in Capitalist Hell. And at one point she talks about how Timmy keeps saying this kind of stuff about his career and his deserving of the Oscar. And anyway, so the clips I thought was good. I was like, I think this will be worth watching on stream. He has an athlete's mentality. And when he said that stuff last year, it was like, okay, he's like talking about what his goals are and he wants to be one of the greats. Okay. All right. But he's continuing it again this year. And it's one of those where Academy voters are fickle. Academy voters are fickle. People can, also the public, the public will turn on you. And if they're tired of you, then that absolutely can have an effect on your chances, because if the public is like, every time you're being mentioned online, it's people being like, this is really annoying. This guy is really annoying me. That's gonna leak into award voting bodies, you know? We have the jacket and we have an egomaniac. Yeah, it's Timmy's making some interesting decisions as far as the optics are concerned and also kind of the narrative. Because remember, with award season, voters love a narrative. They love an award season story. And if someone is being kind of annoying and turning people off and the story's not good and all they're seeing of him is like his little pedo stash in his matching outfits with Kylie Jenner talking about how that Oscar is his, you know, like people are they're gonna get pissed off. Club Chalamet over here. Like, I swear she's gonna do something. She's gonna do something extreme. Because Timothy is making some interesting decisions here. Her client is stressing her out. Her client is stressing her out. All right, you guys, should we do a little bit of gaming? Little bit of gaming. What about, I think we talked about playing some Poppy playtime. There's a lot of options for Poppy playtime, so I don't know which one. This looks like they're just new chapters. Is this the first one? Came out in 2021. So this is chapter, it's episodic. I see. Did you finish Amanda 3? I did finish Amanda 3, and I was saying I kind of wanted a game with this game is free. Whoa! This game is free. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't really want to start a 100-hour game or however long right before the holidays. This game is really popular with kids. Interesting. Is it scary? Why do the kids like this? I don't know. Well, I'll try this. If I don't like it, then... Oh, because of the jump scares. If I don't like it, then I don't like it. I'll just try it out. You feel? It's because it's got... Kids do love plushies. They do love that shit. Anything with a plushie, they're sold. It's kind of easy and cozy. Yeah, that kind of fits the vibe. Kind of fits what I'm going for right now. All right. Okay. What? How do you make this? We need Let Me Know Gaming. I do not think that's going to happen because Sam is elbows deep in her server that she's been building and now she's testing. So I know I miss gaming with Sam, but this is like 2 weeks straight that she's going to be doing of testing the server out. Yeah, she's been working her little ass off. If we can't get Let Me Know, how about the yarn? Yeah, because we can't do Let Me Know due to the fact that Sam is so busy with her Minecraft SMP. So we can definitely get the yarn. You guys, the yarn is dead! When are you gonna learn? Let me know, it's over! I'm just by myself. I'm all alone. Farley doesn't even come in here. Everyone's left me.